morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up. It's minus 40 in some places in Wyoming over the last day or two, but nowhere near the record low for the state. It never gets cold enough for Wyoming ranching families to huddle indoors and watch Netflix all day. The livestock need cared for every day. Biden's final hour pardons of everyone he has ever known rankles Wyoming delegation. One of those receiving a commuted sentence is the subject of a film premiering at Sundance this weekend that we talked about on this show yesterday. A hung jury on the rebar basher and lander. Prosecutor not buying it that the defendant is mentally ill, vows to try again. In the legislature, What Is a Woman Act heads to the Senate. A bill outlawing the sale of private properties to the feds advances, and the Secretary of State's office is again denied a budget boost for additional staffers and a new computer system. Wyoming wants to make sure its citizens can never be told they have to mask up or get a COVID shot. These stories and more, the Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday edition.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. One of the most popular political topics in Wyoming is private property rights and how far or not they should extend. On Monday, that topic took center stage in the Wyoming House over a discussion on a bill that would require the sale of all private property to the federal government in Wyoming be matched with a corresponding decrease in federal land. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that House Bill 118 would mark a significant change for those wanting to sell their land for recreation or other purposes to the federal government, and would likely limit most of these transactions moving forward.
There was a lot of back and forth discussion about this in the House on Monday. Very interesting. It was basically came down to what should get a bigger priority, restricting the federal government's growth or private property rights. At the end of the day, the Wyoming House chose restricting the federal government as its preference. They're really kind of trumpeting the horn of state sovereignty.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Dalton Banks of Cowley, said just because federal land transfers have been accepted throughout Wyoming's statehood doesn't make it right. He also said his bill protects property owners from federal overreach and sweeping government mandates. All three of Wyoming's members of Congress joined a body jam of people in the U.S. Capitol's rotunda as Donald Trump took the oath of office to become the 47th President of the United States. Sean Berry, reporting for Cowboy State Daily, says the 11th hour change to the swearing-in ceremony, moving it from outside on account of cold weather, created uncertainty as to whether all lawmakers who wished to attend could actually fit in the circular indoor space beneath the Capitol dome.
Because there was a finite amount of space in the Capitol Rotunda, it was never clear whether all lawmakers who wished to attend would be able to attend, especially given the number of non-lawmakers, such as tech CEOs and cabinet picks and former presidents and first ladies. There was never any question that Senator John Barrasso, as the Senate Majority Whip, the second-ranking member in the Republican Party in the Senate, whether he would be able to attend. Certainly he would.
Barrasso could be seen in the live video feed of the ceremony. A spokeswoman for Senator Cynthia Lummis, along with a spokesman for Representative Harriet Hageman, confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that they were there as well. A trial jury could not come to a unanimous decision Monday on whether a Lander man killed a house guest with a metal bar or whether he did so but was too mentally ill to rationalize what he was doing. Fremont County District Court Judge Jason Condor dismissed the hung jury at noon Monday after 2 days of deliberation in the case of Michael Vigil. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the jury dismissal brought a sense of uncertainty to the proceedings.
I didn't get interviews with the attorneys or the judge, but I had this distinct feeling like they hadn't really been in this position before. They were like, does the state refile charges? Does the state prosecute again on the original charges? I mean, at the end of the day, they decided, okay, this just takes us back in time as if we didn't have a trial. And now we have to decide if we're going to have another trial or strike a plea agreement.
In a hearing later Monday afternoon, Vigil's attorney asked Condor to acquit Vigil based on the argument that no reasonable jury could convict him with the state's set of of evidence. Condor denied that motion and scheduled the case for a new trial May 19th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The last few days have been extraordinarily cold. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Old Faithful set the bar at a bone-chilling minus 40 on Monday. But as cold as these temperatures were, they weren't record-setting.
The coldest temperature ever recorded in Wyoming was also in Yellowstone National Park, and it was minus 66.
With the blast of Arctic cold that's plunged Wyoming into a double-digit deep freeze, most people stay indoors as much as possible. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to several ranching families who told her it's never too cold for feeding the animals and doing the outdoor chores.
They have to chop ice and make sure that they have their water. They have to make sure that they have their feed and that they're in a good area where they won't perish from this extreme cold that's coming through.
And despite the cold, the ranchers say they wouldn't have their lives any other way. That's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none. Morning sunrise taken by Steve Pekka in Jackson. Steve says, beautiful sunrise looking out over the sleeping Indian in Jackson. This view never gets old. I agree. Look at that. That's Sleeping Indian just off to the left. You may be able to tell the formation, the big belly, the sharp nose, the headdress. Sheep Mountain referred to Sleeping Indian in the Jackson area. Nice photo, Steve. Thanks for that. Your updated weather forecast, Don Day forecast, looking for another cold day until we begin to dig out of this cold spell. Cold weather advisory still in effect for Casper up until late morning today. Otherwise, partly sunny. Again, very windy in Casper, highs 25. Mostly sunny 22 in Lander, with a cold weather advisory still in place till about noon. Mostly sunny in Evanston, highs 24. Rock Springs, sunny, breezy, 24. Kemmer, patchy, blowing snow in the morning. Otherwise, sunny, breezy, 21. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, cold weather advisory in effect till 10 a.m. this morning. Your high under sunny skies, 18. Afton, you'll top out around 20 with mostly sunny conditions. In northwest Wyoming, cold weather advisory until 10 in DuBois, mostly sunny, windy, 23. Jackson, yeah, you're under a cold weather watch until 10 a.m. Mostly sunny with highs 18 today. Bighorn Basin, Thermop, cold weather advisory this morning. Mostly sunny, highs 24. Cold and Cody with a high wind watch in effect until 5 this afternoon. Those wind gusts could be in the 30, 40 mile an hour range. Sunny and 30, though, in Cody. Buffalo, under cold weather, mostly sunny, highs 34 eventually. So you're going to get there pretty good. It's 37 in Sheridan, partly sunny skies. In northwest Wyoming, Gillette, cold weather advisory ends early this morning. It'll be partly sunny, highs around the freezing mark. A little breezy, though. Mostly sunny, 30 in Newcastle. Torrington, cold weather advisory ends at 11. Partly sunny, breezy, highs 36. Sunny, 32 in Luss. Cold weather advisory ends in Cheyenne at 11 this morning. High wind watch, though, takes effect beginning at 11. That's that Chinook wind coming in behind this cold front. Going to make conditions windy down there in the southwest. Patchy blowing snow, sunny, 34 in Cheyenne. Patchy blowing snow, mostly sunny, windy with highs 27 in Laramie. Rawlins, extreme cold warning ends at 11 this morning. Otherwise windy, 17 the high. You'll be 24 degrees in Saratoga with breezy conditions. And eastern half of the state, east of the Continental Divide. Looking at the Chinook conditions, which is those warm winter winds, or warmer anyway. And you're already seeing a drastic change by this afternoon in high temps compared to the last couple days in eastern Wyoming. In western, you're still in kind of a cold situation. I can attest to that. A little bit cold this morning again. Take a look at the weather map. Current temperatures across the state looks like this. A lot of minuses still. 16 below in Jackson. 17 degrees above in Lyman. What a difference there. That's over a 30-degree swing from two towns separated by 3-hour drive. Wow. Dubois, because of your higher elevation, the fact that you're not down in a valley where that cold air sinks, Dubois is currently 26, and that's above zero, while Riverton, just an hour, 20-minute drive from Dubois, Riverton's minus 14. So, yeah, if you're at lower elevations where that cold air sinks in, you're feeling it. Powell, Cody, you're about 14, 15 degrees above zero, while they're minus 4 in Basin, minus 6 in Warland. Casper, 19, and nobody deserves it more. Casper was super cold yesterday. Colder than the South Pole. Most of Wyoming was colder than the South Pole. If you were minus 8 or colder yesterday, congratulations. You were colder than the South Pole in Antarctica. That's not easily done. 2 degrees above zero in Buffalo, 12 in Gillette, where it's minus 17 in Moorcroft. Those two towns separated by less than an hour drive. Douglas, 11. Cheyenne, you're about 10 above zero. Rawlins, 7. Rock Springs, 12. Road conditions across the state, not too bad. I mean, we haven't seen a lot of precip. It's what they call around here too cold to snow. Don Day would probably laugh at that, but that's what old timers say. When it gets this cold, you're not likely to see any big snow events. I mean, 20 below, you're not going to get a blizzard. Slick and spot, strong winds down there in the I-80. Check some of these other orange conditions, slick blowing snow, limited visibility between Moran and Dubois, and really all the way to Lander on Highway 26. That's still a little bit snowy for you today, but otherwise not a whole lot of trouble. North of Buffalo, north at Gillette Highway, showing snow and blowing snow as well, but not a bad travel day if you got to get out and about. 6:15 this morning, and Greg Johnson will join the conversation momentarily, I think. That's the plan. As we take a look at our stories, many, of course, concerning politics because we've got the 68th legislature going on in Cheyenne. At the same time, yesterday we had the inauguration of President-elect Trump, who we can now just say President Trump, who got busy right away signing executive orders, announcing executive orders yesterday. He'll sign them today, presumably. Meanwhile, President Joe Biden, outgoing, made some eyebrow-raising moves with his preemptive pardons, and that's got Wyoming delegates and others kind of miffed about that move. Wyoming delegation, President Trump joined in the slamming of Biden for the last-minute pardons of Liz Cheney and others, including Dr. Anthony Fauci. Wyoming Congress people had some harsh things to say, and Trump just said, disgraceful. Many are guilty of major crimes. I can't do a Trump impression. I wish I could. Maybe Greg can. Greg Johnson into the Zoom room. Greg Johnson, you've been perfecting, polishing your President Trump impression. I can't do one.
Well, I think it's very great.
Yeah, there's something about his delivery. It's like it's too much effort for him to push words out of his mouth. I don't know what it is. Very great. Major crime. Biden pardons people guilty of major crimes, terrible crimes. He just got that funny way of talking. Yeah, that's probably one of our big stories, lead stories. Leo Wolfson kind of passed the microphone around and said, what do you think, Senator Barrasso? What do you think? Lummis?
That was Sean.
Oh, well, no, I'm talking about the reaction to Biden's pardonings.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Fauci, Cheney.
People aren't happy about that. We knew they wouldn't be. That was the big question: is after everything, would he actually pardon Cheney and those guys? And kind of was thinking no, because I thought giving her that Presidential Citizens Medal would have been kind of the do that instead, but
yeah.
nope. And he pardoned his family, his brother, and stuff like that. So yeah, it's kind of a lot of last minute stuff there.
And again, I'm not politically versed enough to know whether this is unusual. Have we seen an outgoing president do this many preemptive pardons? Is what I'm saying. Like, you're cleared for anything you may have ever done. Just these blank check pardons. It's weird. And when they come for people that I didn't know had the crosshairs on them, like Dr. Fauci, although, he's come under some criticism for his handling of the pandemic, but I didn't know there's been Trump rhetoric to come after him in any kind of fashion yet. I mean, when I see these preemptive pardons for people that I didn't know were in anyone's sightlines, it makes me think, oh, well, now I know who's guilty, or now I know where to look. Thanks for the heads up, Joe Biden. Mark Milley, former chairman of Joint Chiefs of Staff. I mean, these are people that I really didn't know Trump was after, or I really didn't know or had the potential to be sued or jailed or looked into and investigated. But now I know. Now suddenly they're on the radar. Anybody who's on the list of pardons. Weird.
Yeah, it's yeah, the transition, everything, it went. I mean, totally. It seemed
event.
totally calm, and it just happened. It was.
The event itself.
And Trump started right away with some of these executive orders. So that's something Leo or Claire, someone's going to check into this morning. I'm sure it includes the Wyoming people, but he pardoned about 1,500 of the January 6th participants. So
Yeah, I think he got just about all of them, right?
Yeah, I think there's still. Yeah, I don't know how many are exactly were there. So, but I think that's pretty close. That's pretty close. So I'm sure it probably includes the Wyoming people who were part of that.
I wonder how much
he called them hostages.
Yeah. Oh, wow. I wonder how much of that was a wait and see. Like on Trump's end, was he thinking all along, I'm going to pardon every single person that's incarcerated over January 6th, or am I going to wait to see what Biden does with Cheney, for instance?
No, I think he intended it because it happened, like right away. So I'm sure, and it's not a surprise because he had been saying he was going to do it, except for the violent, the guys who were convicted of, some pretty violent things. So it kind of lines up. I think the numbers kind of line up with that.
Well, Senator Brasso had this to say, Biden handing out get out of jail free cards. And Barrasso said what I immediately thought, and what everybody I've talked to thought, is if these people didn't do anything wrong, meaning those that received pardons and forward-looking pardons, if they didn't do anything wrong, they shouldn't need a pardon, Barrasso said. And yeah, exactly. I don't. Yeah.
It's when Trump will pardon people. He has pardoned people. Every president has. It's one of the privileges and rights that if you get elected president, you get to do that, whether people think it's good or not. So it's one of those. It's like the first George Bush used to say, I was told when I got elected president I didn't have to eat my broccoli, and so now I'm president and I'm not eating broccoli. You get to do it.
The perks of the office, for sure. But again, it's in the case Biden granted clemency. Biden commuted the sentence of that man we talked about yesterday, who is the subject of the filmmaker from Cody. Just talked about him yesterday. The last chance he had a shot at clemency was Obama looked into it and refused to do anything or failed to do anything. And now among those receiving a little relief, if not a pardon, a sentence commutation, was this Leonard Peltier, 80-year-old who spent 50 years in federal prison. Just talked about him yesterday in the Andrew Rossi story. So there's a case where, the president exercises his right to look into something that was perceived as maybe injustice or too harsh of a penalty. I understand those kind of signing off on those kind of deals, but when you preemptive pardon somebody like, and I'm going to come back to Fauci again, because there's a lot of people, whether you're Republican or Democrat, who look back on the pandemic and have a question in the back of their mind: did Fauci do the right things? Was he leading us in the right way and concerned about our health, or was he just building the airplane as he was flying with the mask thing and some other stuff, the COVID vaccine? Or was he in somehow cahoots with Big Pharma and trying to sell us vaccines. There's questions raised about Fauci, and maybe you let it rest. It goes away. He leaves his post. But now all of a sudden, I think it's all renewed again when Joe Biden says Fauci you can't hurt my man Fauci. He gets a pardon, free pass.
I don't know, maybe. The thing is is it criminal? And so proving that, and I don't know, if you think you can prove it and that there's something criminal there, then yeah, go after it. But if you just don't like it from a policy standpoint, then that's something different. And the Leonard Peltier, that was a commutation. He wasn't pardoned. So he's like still on parole, on house arrest, stuff. And that's, although there's been a push for years to free the guy, there's still a lot of people who don't think he should be free, who think, this is the guy that killed 2 FBI agents and, let him rot in jail. We have kind of an interest in it because, a local guy has spent 15 years a Wyoming guy has spent 15 years trying to get him out, has made this film, it's debuting at Sundance. It was just pure coincidence that we had a story about him this weekend.
Well,
and then
boom,
like the next day, he gets clemency. And so it was worth a story to check in with the Wyoming guy, get his reaction on it. But yeah, there are, there's another side to that that's a reason why after all those years he wasn't let go, is because there are, there's a whole other side to that thinks that he was involved with that.
Yeah, the story I was going to ask you that, the story from Andrew Rossi just the other day that highlighted the Cody-based filmmaker Preston Randolph, who talked about his documentary, which is going to premiere January 27th. And it's about Leonard Peltier, the 80-year-old who's been in prison for a long, since the mid-'70s, since 1976, for the killing of 2 FBI agents. I wonder, we didn't have any heads up that this might have been on Biden's radar or short list for commutations,
people have been trying for so long. It's probably there all the time, But but Andrew's story, that's the thing, that the story wasn't about Leonard Peltier. It was about a Wyoming guy getting his film debuted at Sundance.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big deal. And the film just happened to be about this guy. But it's and it's an interesting thing in history. I bet there's a lot of younger generations who never heard of the guy.
Yeah, good story and a good chance to follow that up once Cowboys Day Daily learned that Leonard Peltier did receive a commutation. It means he's not exonerated. He's still considered, in the eyes of the U.S. government, guilty, but the commutation will allow him to leave prison. He has to stay at home. He will not allowed to attend the Sundance film premiere, obviously. But a cool story, how it just fell into the current news cycle. It was interesting. It's been cold in Wyoming, but not nearly as cold as the record-setting temperature low, the record low, which was right around just north of me back in the day. Moran, 63 below in 1933. Woo, that's cold.
66.
Moran was 63, 66 in Yellowstone. Yellowstone doesn't count. It's federal property. It's its own thing. I'm thinking about like regular towns. That's cold. That's super, super cold. But we did get, minus 20 to 40 in that range for a lot of Wyoming over the last day or two. That's cold enough, but not the record. And most of us in Wyoming were colder than The South Pole, I noted yesterday. South Pole was -8. Ha! Wyoming laughs at that.
Right now we do.
Yeah. Laughing through our tears. It doesn't matter how cold it is, you still got to get out there and throw hay to the livestock. Cool story by Jackie Dorothy about this family that represents a lot of Wyoming, that it doesn't matter, rain, shine, cold, Wyoming ranching families, Wyoming farmers, they still got to get out there and do it, just like the postman. No weather stops the chores.
I talked to some ranchers near Cheyenne here, and she said, yeah, it's it gets pretty cold. She said, we use technology too. They'll use heated vests.
Oh,
heated
wow.
gloves. That they go through a lot of batteries in the winter, and that they don't have kids at home anymore. She said, but mentioned, it's a little difficult getting kids up in the morning anyway, just on a regular day.
Yeah.
For ranch kids, when they know they have to go out and do chores, getting up when it's like 20 or 30 below, it's really difficult getting them up. And
Sure.
I don't blame, who's going to be eager to do that?
Yeah. No, that's not easy. But imagine the next generation we're building with these ranch kids. Meet this family that Jackie Dorothy highlighted, and it includes parents that tell the kid, the kids are part of it. They're outside, like, hey, let's go. You got to help us chore. These little kids, 7-year-old out there, 20 below,
Yep.
still taking care of the animals. They're learning some pretty important life lessons, even as they suffer frostbite on all their fingers and toes.
Yeah.
Woo,
Gotta
man.
feed the cows. Oh, there's an app for that.
Right. You wish. Yeah, it's not easy, but that's a cool story, encouraging story about getting it done. There's something about that. I'm telling you, I've not lived the ranch life necessarily, but I've been a horse owner and had been in charge of feeding stock, and there's something about it's a weight on you that you don't recognize all the time, but you feel it, especially when you're out from under, when you no longer have that responsibility. But when you are responsible for livestock every day, New Year's Day with your hangover, Christmas Day, cold days, super hot days where you'd rather be out on the river or something, it's your job. It's your job to steward and protect and care for and feed these animals. That's the ranching life. It's always there. There is no plan B. It's on you.
Yep.
And it's huge. I'll talk to...
Yeah, if you don't feed them in the cold, then that's how Animal Farm starts. That's
Yeah. Well, you got to feed them extra in the cold. Keep them chewing on something.
Yeah, keeps their energy. Gives them stuff to burn. Keeps them warm inside.
I thought this was interesting. Secretary of State Chuck Gray went to the legislature for some additional budget boost. He wanted in the neighborhood of $300,000. He did so at the last session, was denied. This time he got a little closer, but a split vote by the committee, 6-6, means he will not get some $300,000. He needs to hire 3 extra employees, he said, and he needs a new computer system. And he found a receptive ear for half the committee, and the other half said, no. But
yeah, it was interesting. The one of the lawmakers, legislators, commented that that when he was a legislator, Chuck Gray was one of the most fiscally conservative or stingy, however you look at it, was notorious for never voting for any kind of increase.
Right.
And he mentions that, when you were a legislator, if someone came to you with this request, you would have voted no. And now you're bringing this to us. And, it is a thing, the business filings and everything are up. I mean, people are, until we change our laws, because we have such opaque laws to incorporate here, people are going to keep doing it, and it's just kind of a volume thing. So I can understand he wants more people, but the legislature isn't. Yeah, you're right. They haven't been receptive to those requests yet.
It's the Joint Appropriations Committee that yesterday rejected his bid for $322,000 for his office. It's time for a serious examination with Chuck Gray. He's always available and amenable to coming on the show. We'll have him pop in here when he has time. That session really eats up everybody's day, but if he has a window, we'll get him on here because I want to talk to him not only about this, him wanting some extra money for his office, feeling that he's got a lot to do, including catching 3 North Korean companies that were trying to incorporate in Wyoming. Success story, May of last year, he was able to identify 3 North Korean companies who were cooking up maybe something nefarious in Wyoming under this LLC. So again, that brings up the whole issue of Wyoming both wants to be protective of LLC. It used to be Delaware that was the incorporated capital of the world. Anybody who wanted to start an LLC, you had a mailbox in Delaware. It's now Wyoming that leads that charge, because of protections offered to people who launch the LLC. But you can also take advantage of that and run shell companies and be... and so, yeah, you can't have it both ways. I understand that Chuck Gray and his office want to protect and want to give anonymity to certain people and believe there's a limit to how exposed you can be when you open an LLC, yet it can be manipulated. It can be bad actors can take advantage of our LLC protections. So
yeah, well, that's what they found last year when they found those 3 North Korean companies that issued fraudulent information to get a foothold, and according to the Secretary of State's office, was laundering money for paying for weapons of mass destruction. That's pretty serious.
That's a big deal. And you think, well, those are 3 that got caught. How many have not been caught because Chuck Gray doesn't have enough people in his office? That's a scary notion. And this is all, not all, but it's in great part to protect the identity of, let's say, I know in Teton County, almost everyone who is a homeowner of a, high-end property does not have that property in their name. If you were to look into it, the property is registered to an LLC. It's certain tax protections, certain liability protections involved with incorporating your real estate, your own house. You become an LLC. And a lot of folks who got a $20 million spread in Teton County don't necessarily want it public knowledge who they are. So they form an LLC with some fun name, and it's difficult to find out who's behind an LLC. But those protections also open the door to North Korean companies trying to raise money to build missiles to launch at Wyoming or somewhere in the U.S.
You're a music guy, right?
Yeah. What do you got?
Well, it's a lot of people probably wouldn't know it, but John Sykes died.
Oh, he was a guitar player in some hair band. Who was it?
Well, yeah, he was a guitar player for Thin Lizzy.
Oh, okay.
He also, he was. There's a hard rock group, Blue Murder, that he was part of. He's part of the Tigers of Pantang. He was in the rock world. People who know guitar knew this dude.
Mm. Yeah, that's too bad when you see the people you grew up with in the music world, people who were on the record albums. I don't want to date myself with the vinyl reference, but people who were gods to you, who were just a little bit older than you. You know, you were an 8-year-old, 10-year-old, 12-year-old, and looking up to these rock stars that were themselves just kids, 18 years old maybe or something.
Yeah. Oh, he was with Whitesnake too. I can't believe I missed that.
I thought Whitesnake is where I remember him from. Okay. Yeah, so as David Coverdale and his babe that was Tawny Katane was like squirming around the hood of that Camaro. What was that video?
I don't remember. Well, I remember the video. I don't remember the song because
Here we go again.
I was the right age to only remember Tawny Katane on that car.
Oh yeah, that's all anybody saw. Nobody was looking at Sykes, I'll tell you that. Very few of us were looking at Coverdale unless it was to be jealous. But the video, Whitesnake, all you got to do is put Whitesnake video in the Googler and it knows what you're talking about. Here I go again, 1987. I'm interested in what the car was because we all missed it. Like, who knows?
This.
We got to hear the commercial. Yeah, I'm checking that because it's important that we get our facts right on this show, even when it doesn't concern the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, here's the car. It's I don't know what it is. Actually, it looks like a British import. The Tawny's squiggling all over the car. And
Here I go again. Is that the?
Yeah. It's Here I Go Again, 1987. And Coverdale on the vocals, who was romantically tied to Katane. And every once in a while, you get a shot of Sykes playing guitar. Every once in a while. Not too much, because you got to make sure you get a lot of Tawny. Yeah. That'll take you back. So, yeah, John Sykes, you'll be missed by someone who might have recognized you in the video. We almost forgot you. So our people we got in. It was tight to get into the big show for Trump, right? We moved it indoors, and you would hope that the important Wyoming delegates would get in. Barrasso, Lummis, Hageman, did they manage to get inside and see the real deal?
Yeah. Yep. What you mean our delegation?
Yeah.
Yeah. They all got in. They all got in to see. Yeah. She went from. There was 2 cars. There was a white and black Jaguar XJs.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Yeah, they got. They got in. It was pretty packed. But our correspondent there in DC did a good job, kind of just explaining what it was like around there. He was out with the procession. They had it all blocked off, and people were still out there to watch him. It wasn't the parade, but watch him go up there. And of course, they packed the local auditorium with people. I think Trump went by there afterward and said hi to those guys. But yeah, pretty. I still feel bad, Jake. I still feel bad for those people who set up all those chairs, man.
You're still thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, what a drag for those guys. I mean, 100,000 folding chairs. That's a lot of chairs, and to get almost done with it and then have to take them all down. I mean, nobody's fault. I mean, it just happens. But I don't know. That would make me kind of lose my spirit for the job.
I'm not losing any sleep over it in particular. As a wedding DJ in my other life, I have watched plenty of wedding planners with the help of one or, usually a husband or a kid. I've watched them set up a ceremony site, 80 to 200 chairs, then take it back down when it looked like the rain was coming, and then set them back up and then wipe them down. And you can throw up a whole mess of folding chairs in very little time with inexperienced help. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I could.
Okay. Well, I still feel bad for him. That's a lot of chairs outside.
Still thinking about them chairs. We got to get to a lot of stuff. Legislature, there's some bills that are moving around. What is a Woman is headed to the Senate floor. House was done with it, so we'll be interested to see what happens there. There's also a bill that would prevent folks from selling their property to the feds because Wyoming is very concerned. The feds already own too much land in this state. And there's
that one. I mean, that's a tricky one because you get into private property rights and stuff with that. And it's like, if you own some property, and I understand you don't want more foothold for the federal government, but I mean, why is that overstepping by the state government? I'm just telling you, you can sell your property to anybody, but not to these guys.
Yeah.
It's not like they're telling them don't sell them to the North Koreans.
I was just going to say that. Yes, I was just going to say that.
The federal government, some people consider our federal government a foreign adversary, but legally, they're really not. But it makes you wonder, who are these guys to say I can't sell my property to the federal government? If they want to make some kind of a rule for the federal government that if they want to buy property, then they have to subsequently sell other property or whatever to maintain a certain percentage or deed it to the state to maintain a certain percentage. But that still infringes on your right to sell to them because then they might say, no, I don't want to. So but I totally get, we don't. We have so much federal land here already. We don't need them having more. We already don't have enough control over our land. We don't need to have less. So it's definitely a dilemma. It's definitely a debate.
Yeah.
And I don't own any property that the federal government would want.
Mm-hmm.
That's a tricky one.
I have to think, how many circumstances are we talking about? A handful, one, two? It's probably mostly concerning inholdings within, for instance, a national forest. Is this a solution in search of a problem? And you get down a funky rabbit hole when you try to tell private property owners who they can contract with. That's weird. We don't need more government. We need less, in my opinion. We got to get Jen into the show, Greg.
All right. Jen for me.
All right. And you go watch that Whitesnake video again for the 100th time. Thanks, buddy.
All right. See ya.
That's Greg Johnson, managing editor, Cowboy State Daily, joining us every morning except Friday. He don't work in the morning. Actually, he works extra hard on Fridays. That's the problem. Jen Coker into the room. Jen, how you feeling for first off?
Yeah, I'm making my great debut back after COVID.
Really? It was for reals COVID? Because...
Yeah, I obsessively test anytime I get a sniffle just because it interests me. And this time it actually was positive. It was very exciting on one level.
Really? I'm glad you found some silver lining in illness. But did you not get that? Did you ever lose your smell and taste or whatever, or no?
Yeah, I did, and it still hasn't come back. I'm a little nervous because I can't imagine life without tasting food. So I'm slightly nervous. And I've heard that. I was working on a story a while ago about long COVID, and a person had told me they haven't recovered it. I'm like, oh my God, life is horrible, man.
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, it is. I'm a little nervous, but I'm hoping I'm still new at this in my recovery.
Okay. Well, we're all on your side. I got sick this season. A lot of people have been down this season already, and if not yet, you will be. There's a flu going around that's pretty viral. There's COVID. There's any of four things apparently, including the stomach flu. But yeah, I was down for the week of Christmas hard, and I don't normally get sick like that, but yeah, we're all in it, Jen.
Did you have COVID too, or just
I don't test. I don't really care what it is. I like to live in my ignorant bliss, in my health care, in my financial thing, and the less I know, the better I feel.
There's wisdom in that.
Yeah, I figure, the symptoms are so very similar in all the above, all the things you suffered, and there's no, the remedies are the symptoms and the remedies are so very similar for anything you might have, whether it's crud, flu, COVID. Yeah, bed rest and tough it out.
Yeah, the rest, the fatigue was really grueling.
Yeah. No energy, right? You just,
Which is not good in our profession.
No.
Because deadlines really don't care if we're sick.
No.
They laugh at us.
The guy we just had on, Greg Johnson, is a slave driver. He just come on, give me the stories. He don't care if you're sick.
Yeah, he's just like, power through it.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Greg is so easygoing.
I'm worried about this missing lander, man.
Yeah.
Weird circumstances about finding Brent Lehman's car with the windows down. What's going on with this, Jen?
It is just, I cannot piece this one together. And I've got a lot of calls out on this still. But yeah, I mean, his car was discovered actually prior to anyone realizing he was missing. And it was found along the route because he was due to meet his family at they were all getting together in Salt Lake City for a pre-Christmas party. But he was going to be picked up by his daughter who lives in Casper, and she was going to, stop and grab him and then head to Utah. And that plan was very clear, according to his daughter. It was something they discussed. She called in advance, and he didn't get back to her. And the fact that his car was found along that route with the windows down, it's all very, very bizarre.
It's really where, so often when we're talking about missing persons, as you know, Jen, because this is kind of your beat, it so often is someone who may have indications, may have previous red flags that they like to drop out every now and then. Like they're not plugged in like a lot of us with the phone. And sometimes they just, they live a lifestyle where, they could go away for a month and resurface. Is there any indication that would be this guy or no?
No indication that would be this guy. And of course, I think I've said this before. I hear this every time. He would never do that. She would never do that until they actually do it.
Yeah.
And speaking to the daughter, she said he was in a great place mentally. And a lot of family members don't want to divulge if there is problems, but she did not see them. She was pretty forthcoming. And she was a daughter who spoke to her dad. She lives in Vegas. And he lives in Lander, but they spoke, she said every other day at minimum. And the longest any of their children, any of the 6 kids had gone without speaking to him was a week at most.
That's a lot. We're talking about Brent Lehman, 60-year-old gone missing. The daughter, Tanea, interviewed in this story, said exactly what everyone says, what you just alluded to. He's never done anything like this in the past, so it's really troubling. No history of that. And obviously, when you're talking about a man at this age, especially from Wyoming, you're always worried about someone who might be troubled enough to take their own life. But, knowing that there was good communication between him and daughter and pretty regular communication, I think we might be able to cross that one off. So what is it? Weird, hard to figure out.
Yeah. And another detail that I found interesting is that, he was getting ready for this trip and his luggage, his packed suitcase and his stack of presents was sitting by his door in his apartment. So even if he had driven down on his own, why would he leave his luggage and the packages? So many red flags. And of course, we have jurisdictional issues also because the car was located in Utah. So the Utah Sheriff's Department is just assisting Lander, But still, when you get in, you cross state boundaries, there are complications because that car sat there for a solid 2 weeks before they were able to identify that it was in Utah. So.
Yeah, and we've also talked about this in the past. Now, cold cases, we know that, for instance, in this case, we're talking about the Lander Police Department. I'm sure, like every other police department in Wyoming, they're understaffed. They're, just trying to get through a day. When you talk about Detective Jesse Maddox, with cold cases, a lot of times there simply is no extra time to devote. This case is not a cold case, but it's similar, and you wonder how much legwork can the Lander Police Department put into this when they're just doing day-to-day police stuff.
And a couple experts I talked to offline, one said there could be evidence in that car. And to my understanding, that car has not been processed as a crime scene. Whether that's happening now, I don't know. Because, of course, now that it's active, nobody, they're not divulging information. I do know that there are search warrants out. I don't know what those search warrants entail. And the Lander police did confirm and said warrants, plural. So that could be for the cell phone to access whatever was on that cell phone and potentially to access something in that car. I just don't know. And again, I'm following up on it. And another problem we have in Wyoming is we don't have missing person protocols in place. So Brent Lehman was initially reported missing, and the Lander police took that report as a welfare check, not a missing person, which has it doesn't go in the national database at that point.
I was going to ask you if that's in the database. Okay.
Yeah. But I will say there are missing person protocols in place. There's a bill this legislative session to implement missing person protocols. And one of those missing person protocols would be that the police department would be required under circumstances that signify that there is a missing person, they would be required to report that person missing within 8 hours, which from a person who covers missing person cases would make a big difference.
Certainly, the faster you get on something, but again, what the issue will be when they debate this bill, and the only downside, negative Nelly voice you would hear is people will say, well, that starts to get into an invasion of privacy. We have the right, you and I, if we get sick with COVID, we have the right to go sleep in our bedroom for a week and not tell anyone, not answer the phone, and we don't need the police knocking on the door wondering, if we've gone missing. I'm like, no, just don't feel good.
Yeah, that's a good point, because that would have happened to me last week.
Yeah, Jen Coker goes missing.
Yeah, irony there. But yeah, it'll be interesting. It hasn't hit the floor yet. I'll be very curious to follow it.
Jen has contacts for the investigators. If you have any information, phone numbers, emails, if you want to help out. Jen, do you also are you in contact with Lander PD and the family? So if we do find this man, you'll know pretty quick.
Yeah. The family, the daughter and I are speaking regularly. And also I've got an email out right now to Lander. So I will report any updates, and anybody with information, both the police and the family, just implore you to come forward, even if you think it's insignificant. Particularly if you have Ring camera, or if you happen to be along that route on I-80.
Yeah, good point. Because you're trying to backtrack or trace. Yeah, okay. Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, Jen, don't try to go too hard. Don't be a hero. There's the rebound and all that. Like when you think you're better, and now all of a sudden you get a day where you're not. I want you to take it easy. Make sure you're 100%. And
absolutely, yeah. That happened to me last night. I came back hard on Thursday, and I was like, no, that was premature.
Yeah. No, you got to be sure. Let's all wait till June, and it's safe to go outside, because right now, stay indoors, man. It's just too dang cold.
It really is.
Late May, early June, we'll both pronounce ourselves fully recovered, and then we'll resume our activities. Till then, we're going to bed.
Yeah. It'll be like groundhog. Is that what a groundhog does?
Yeah. I mean, I think them rodents, the bears, they got it right. Hibernation is looking good.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we're in official hibernation.
Perfect. Deal. Packed. Thanks, Jen. Have a great day.
All right, Jay. You take care. See you
All right.
Thursday.
Jen Coker joining the show, Cowboy State Daily. We got to get to top of the hour news. Thanks for spending your Tuesday morning with us.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. 3 North Korean companies dissolved by Wyoming Secretary of State Chuck Gray in May of last year were trying to raise money for the development of weapons of mass destruction. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that information was revealed as a brief mention during testimony Monday before the House Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee. They were deliberating over House Bill 69, which would allow the Wyoming Secretary of State's office to more immediately dissolve companies owned by foreign adversaries.
The only way that Secretary of State Chuck Gray could shut them down was because they had filed some false information on their application. So if they had been truthful on their application, we wouldn't have had a way to shut them down immediately the way that we did. So that's what this House Bill 69 is all about.
According to the FBI, the 3 North Korean companies were engaged in both money laundering and identity theft. House Bill 69 would make it possible for the Secretary of State to take more immediate action. Well, if its most recent version becomes law, House Bill 96 would let people sue any government-funded entity for up to $5,000 for every time that entity required people to wear masks or be tested or vaccinated for COVID-19 to access any service that's public in nature. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that despite the fact that the bill sailed through its first legislative committee hearing, there are some entities that would find themselves caught between state and federal regulations should the bill become law.
The airports and the healthcare facilities representatives both came to the committee like, oh gosh, we're going to lose millions in federal funding potentially if we have to comply with this state law. So they had said, we would rather pay the $5,000 Wyoming civil penalty than lose millions of dollars in CMS in the case of the healthcare industry and the FAA in the case of the airports in Wyoming.
The bill did not pass through the committee unanimously. Democrat Representative Mike Yen of Jackson was the lone nay vote, saying he couldn't support the bill because, quote, this bill chooses one person's freedom over another's. Well, in one of his final acts in office, President Joe Biden protected former Wyoming Congresswoman Liz Cheney against a potential criminal prosecution under President Donald Trump. Early Monday, Biden issued blanket preemptive pardons for Cheney, former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Anthony Fauci, and General Mark Milley, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that none of the 3 have been charged with crimes, but they were believed to be among the targets that Trump has singled out for retribution in his second term.
Trump has never said that he plans to direct his Department of Justice to go after Cheney, but it's very clear that he feels that she should be jailed. And the people he has put to lead the agencies that would lead an investigation into Cheney are very sympathetic to his viewpoints. Cheney has consistently maintained that she doesn't believe she has done anything wrong and that she's never said that she wants a pardon. But the work that she did on the January 6th committee definitely made her a target for Trump.
Biden also pardoned all of the members of the January 6th committee, as well as the U.S. Capitol and D.C. Metropolitan Police officers who testified before the committee. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Millions of tourists flock to the Black Hills in South Dakota each year to see the iconic 4 American presidents carved into Mount Rushmore. But many are unaware that these massive sculptures were intended to be more than just their heads. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that sculptor Gutzon Borglum had envisioned his humongous creation with full torsos of the presidents. But just their heads took 14 years and, if you'll pardon the pun, a monumental effort.
The reason behind that is for actually threefold. One, lack of funding. Two, the Congress was focused on World War II, which was looming. And the number three reason, the sculpture died.
Today, Mount Rushmore is visited by nearly 3 million people a year. This large surge of visitors is what prompted a Wyoming legislator to introduce a bill to build a Mount Rushmore-like monument in the Cowboy State. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Back in Studio 7 Pass, Cowboy State Daily show with Jake. Joel Young chimes in on our Facebook Live with a post. Get ready for the next wave of California plates. Immigrants of the LA fires will be in Wyoming shortly. Probably some truth to that. We saw mass exodus and big-time immigration during COVID. California, everybody in California with half a brain moved to Wyoming, or at least took up a second, third, fourth home in Wyoming. Are we going to see similar here after the fires in L.A.? We'll see. Possibly. There's lots of reasons to not live in California. Fires among them. Taxes probably top the list. Government in general probably tops the list of reasons not to live in California. And there are lots of reasons, lots of incentives to live in Wyoming. Who wouldn't want to live here? Except for a day like yesterday and today, and if not for, I'm going to put this down and we'll congratulate Don Day. First, I was going to blame him for the cold weather because, of course, our meteorologist doesn't forecast weather. He makes the weather, manufactures the weather. Government's in charge of making hurricanes and all that, and Don Day's in on it. And he makes weather, and he made this cold, which I was going to say, Don, come on. It's too cold. I started the car, by the way.
I saw that.
Okay.
That I'm a little...
Yeah, we got to have the car running for a little bit. This is not a day where you just warm up your car for 20 seconds. I know that's a popular. I want to find out who's behind that messaging, because maybe I could ask Aaron Turpin. Aaron's our automotive specialist, but I'd rather ask other people because Aaron will give me the engineer's answer on how long a vehicle needs to warm up when it's super, super cold, like 20 below. And the experts, I swear, the experts say, no matter how cold, your car just needs to run for about 30 seconds and you're good to go. I don't buy that at all. For one thing, you're not good to go as the human. You're not a machine. The car might feel all bright and shiny and ready to roll 30 seconds after you turn the key, but I'm not. I need some heat running through that thing. But I don't think your fluids, I don't think that vehicle's ready to roll in 30 seconds. And this was the messaging you got. I remember, I got it because I'm here in Teton County in Jackson. And of course, the overarching message is save the planet. Man is bad. Mankind is a scourge on society. We should be eliminated. Go green, hug a tree today. And everywhere during this campaign of wokeness, there were signs on every business: no idling. Save the planet. Care for your earth. No idling. Don't idle here. Oh, idling was the worst thing you could ever do. And if you pulled into the Mavericks to fuel up and run in and get a coffee, and it was 15 below, and you're running the diesel, so you don't like to shut that thing off. You like to let it run. And the diesel smoke is choking people out. And you got some looks, boy. I remember. You got looks of scorn, shame, people throwing shade like that hurt visibly. And it was because we were all under this. We all drank the Kool-Aid of you shouldn't idle for more than 30 seconds. Your car doesn't need it. Who is behind that message? That's what I want to know. Because I think it's a false narrative. I really do. I think your car needs, when it's 20 below, your diesel truck needs to run for more than 30 seconds before it's ready to roll. You're hurting it. I can hear it. When I pull out, I can hear it making noises it doesn't normally make, and there's things going off on the dash. There's a light over here with, nothing. There's no text message from your truck saying, my transmission fluid would be considered a solid at this point. It's not a liquid. There's no sign from your truck saying transmission fluid frozen. There's just this, cute little icon that comes up. And there's some times where I fire up the diesel truck and there's several lights on the dash with weird icons I've never seen before. And I got to go get the manual and look it up. What the heck is that thing? I didn't even know I had one of them. Well, I used to have one. Now it's frozen solid, according to the fancy light on the dashboard. Yeah, my vehicle needs more than 30 seconds. False narrative spread by some kind of lobby interest that was trying to prevent global warming by urging us all to stop running our vehicles as if that and cow burping was going to destroy the planet faster than what other stuff we already do. Never mind, we chopped down the entire rainforest in Brazil in order to run cows so we can have McDonald's hamburgers. Never mind that. Don't look at that. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. What's really killing the planet is cow farts. Please. And running your Subaru for 2 minutes. Warning, Will Robinson, you're killing the planet. With all, what's her name? Netta from Sweden told us all we couldn't run our... Who's that little girl from Norway, Sweden? She told us all we were killing the planet and her generation was going to inherit just a black rock in space. Her name's not Netta. What the heck is her name? Somebody get on the Facebooks. Steer me straight, or give us a call or text and tell me if you dare idle your vehicle for more than 30 seconds. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255, studio line. Text me, let me know how long you run your rig, or whether maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe you're an automotive engineer. Maybe you have unique insight. I guess I will have Aaron Turpin on, and I know Aaron will say, yeah, your vehicle only needs it's ready to cycle. The fluids are all through it, and you're ready to go in just about 30 seconds. Because he's been brainwashed by the industry. But I'll have Don Day on. I'll get a meteorologist take on that. I'll have Cowboy Kevin Meyer on later today to make horse sense of the world. Just talk to a regular guy in Douglas and see how long he warms up the vehicle. Anyway, I've gotten terribly off topic. What is the topic anyway? Stories written in the Cowboy State Daily. A mountain lion got shot in California the other day, had a dog in its mouth. Yeah, crazy. Mountain lions, when I hear stories of mountain lions attacking people, it is very rare that a mountain lion will go after an adult human. Sometimes kids, because they walk and run funny, and for a mountain lion that triggers a prey response, they think, ooh, that's a wounded animal. When they see like a 3-year-old toddler weaving down the pathway, the sidewalk, mountain lion looks with his beady eyes and says, that's a wounded deer. He's walking funny. I could take that thing down easy. But very rarely do they go after like a regular adult. But when they do, it seems to always happen in California. There's the rollerblader that was attacked by a mountain lion. Remember that? Mountain lions know, and they've got it out for Californians. It's weird. This story from Outdoor Life, mountain lion shot and killed in Downeyville, California, just last week. Now, this is regular California. This is not L.A. This is not Southern California. And there's a big difference. Have you ever been to Cali? This is Northern California, where there are ranches, there are regular people. These aren't your typical Californians. And this cougar had a pet dog in its mouth. California Department of Fish and Wildlife spokesperson Peter Tira confirmed to the San Francisco Gate the incident took place January 13th in that small California town. The man who owned the dog ran out, got a shotgun. By the way, they were letting their 2 dogs out about 3 a.m. to go pee or something. They called the dogs back when they saw a pair of eyes on the hillside. Ooh, how spooky. One of the dogs failed to return. The homeowner called her husband, who was out of town. The husband notified a neighbor who he knew had a gun, and he said, get over to my place, bring your shotgun. The neighbor brings a shotgun. He fires a warning shot. Then he fires at the cougar, hits it, but does not kill it. Still got the dog in its jaws. Then comes another neighbor, a family friend. He's got a hunting rifle. He kills the lion. The dog did not survive. And this is the same town that had a previous predator incident, a woman killed by a black bear in 2023, Downeyville, California, where wildlife is attacking people. And sensational headlines, according to Jake. Don Day enters the Zoom room, and we'll see what Don has to say for himself about this cold weather. Don, originally I was going to have to be a little rough with you and blame you for the cold weather, because I know you don't forecast weather, you make weather. You and the U.S. government are in cahoots somehow, and you manufacture weather, and you're making this cold spell, and nobody likes it, and I want to tell you, just get over it, stop it already. But then I'm thinking, because we had somebody comment on our Facebooks, and they said, get ready for the second wave of Californians moving to Wyoming because of the fires there. And you remember during the pandemic, we had a lot of exodus from California. A lot of people found Wyoming was a great place to be during the pandemic, during COVID. So maybe the same will happen with the wildfires. And I thought, you know what will discourage that is the weather forecast for the last 48 hours has been the kind of weather that nobody wants to hang around in. So now I'm going from blaming you for making it too cold to saying, excellent, Don.
Yeah, I tell you, yeah, it's a rough business I'm in. Number one, no one's happy ever. And then a lot of times you get blamed for something you have no power of, and sometimes you do get credit. So thank you. That doesn't happen very often. So thank you. Doing my best to keep the West Coast invasion at a minimum.
And don't waste your energy blaming Don Day for Wyoming weather, because I read the long list of Biden pardons, and Don Day is on the list. He's received a pardon, a blank check pardon for any inaccurate forecast he may have, or any time you might be mad at him. Too much snow, too little snow, too cold, too hot. It won't matter. He's wearing the Teflon vest. He's got a pardon from outgoing administration Joe Biden. We got now's the day. You said we're some of us going to scour our way out, literally, of cold in the east, but with it comes the trade-off, and that's wind. It's a tale of two stories, really, in the west, and especially in valleys. Boy, I noticed that this morning, Don, where you saw sometimes double-digit below zero in a valley, an hour's drive away going up. You were double-digit above zero. What a difference in this state all over the place.
Yeah, and you'll see that today, and you'll see that again tomorrow. And that's typical because these Arctic air masses will get into the valleys. And Arctic air is kind of like molasses or honey. It's real sticky and gooey, and you need a lot to force it out. But along and east of the divide, we're already seeing winds gusting to nearly 50 miles an hour in Cheyenne. And so the good news is that's making it warmer. It's the bad news, it's making it windy, and there's a lot of blowing snow in some pockets. It all depends on where you are, but traveling along Interstate 80 and I-25 today, in some of the open areas, you're going to get a lot of blowing snow. So if you have to travel, allow some extra time, watch for black ice, limited visibility in areas. But there'll be some of the western basins and valleys where that Arctic air is going to be really, really stubborn. And we have another front that'll bring in some cooler temperatures for late tomorrow and Thursday. Then another push of Canadian air comes in over the weekend. It won't be as intense, but it's going to stay cold. While temperatures are going to moderate for a day or two, they're really not going to be able to go much up, and they're going to go down again over the weekend.
You know, President Trump wants to build the wall down there to wall off Mexico. Should we build a wall to keep this Canadian cold air from getting in here? How tall would it have to be, Don?
Magnitudes of thousands of feet. And then a lot of time you run into the law of unintended consequences. And this is what I always tell people about weather modification that think that we can modify the weather somehow through geoengineering is you're going to create another problem later, no matter what you do. It's best to just, let Mother Nature do her thing, and we'll get through this.
Mother Nature
gets better.
Mother Nature, known as Don Day, let you do your thing. You make weather. I know you do. All right. One other thing, an odd question, another one. We learned that these colds we've had over the last couple of days, these minus 30, minus 40 in some places, still nowhere near the record. We were 63 below in Moran in 1933, 66 below the record in Yellowstone, which made me think of, and that's the third coldest in the U.S. Only Alaska and Montana recorded colder temps. It makes me think of this. I don't know if it's ambient temperature, but you'll probably never see a record low in a city like Casper, or whatever city we can provide in Wyoming, because there's things that hold heat. And then in the summer, though, you'll probably you'll never see a record high in Yellowstone, where there's no buildings or concrete. You'll see record highs in cities. How much of a difference can it make being in a city, in a town where you got glass and steel and concrete?
Well, it's more than you think. In fact, there was a recent study that just came out last year, and this is, this sounds like there's no way this is true, but it is. It's a pretty robust study. So if you take the Phoenix metro area, they've calculated that we call it the urban heat island effect, the concrete, the glass, the lack of green, and, that type of thing. It changes temperatures in the summer in Phoenix as much as 9 degrees Fahrenheit.
I believe it.
And so the last couple of years, like Phoenix, record high temperatures. We've never seen this before. So yeah, we'll subtract 9. And that's really what the air temperature should be. If you want to know where humans affect the climate the most, it's in urban heat island situations, because when you change landscapes over a large area, you're going to change the weather on a smaller scale with temperature. And we see that. We see that in big urban areas, urban sprawl, metro areas. And a lot of times, airports are the official record of high temperatures and low temperatures. And in most towns and cities, in really all of America, the airports are not in the middle of town, are they? They're on the edges. And so as urban sprawl has grown and subdivisions and development goes around airports that used to be outside of town, a lot of those airport readings over the last 30, 40, 50 years, well, there's been an increase in those temperatures. And people go like, well, there you go. It's got to be climate change. Like, yeah, we're building around there. We're causing a small localized impact on temperatures. And that's, if you want to know how we change things, it's landscape changes is probably the biggest thing.
Makes perfect sense. Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Don. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
All right, Don Day with a weather forecast. Interesting. I think everybody has the idea that it's hotter in the city. Hot times, summer in the city, right? And you're never going to get a record low in a city because it creates its own heat. These the urban heat islands. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Don Day making perfect sense of the weather forecast. Don't get mad at him for his forecasting if it's too cold where you are. He's received a forward-looking preemptive pardon, blank check, get-out-of-jail-free card from the Joe Biden administration. He was one of the names on the long list of people that are untouchable, according to Joe Biden. We'll be right back after a quick break. Reset, get some more of our stories. Jackie Dorothy joins us this hour. Don't miss that. And thanks for hanging around. Don't go nowhere. Back after these, it's the Cowboy State Morning Show with Jake. Show with Jake continues. 31 into the hour on this Tuesday, January 21st. Jackie Dorothy has some fantastic stories in the Cowboy State Daily recently that we're going to discuss here in a few minutes. You want to get a little preemptive strike going, a little preemptive pardon, get on the website and read those stories so you'll know what we're talking about. Joe Biden, one of his final acts in office, on his way out of office, issued blanket preemptive pardons for Liz Cheney, former director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, Anthony Fauci. He's the doctor telling us all, well, better mask up or die. Mask up or die in the pandemic. And General Mark Milley, I'm not sure what he did wrong. I wasn't paying attention that closely during the 4 years of the Biden administration. I was in my bunker, just praying that 4 years of Democrat control would not wipe me out. I was in my Elon Musk billionaire bunker waiting for that phone call to say that I better board the spaceship to shoot off of Earth when it was right before it was going to explode. Because I'm one of the elite on the list. Let me look up Milley and see what he did wrong. See, these are people, I don't even know. I didn't even know that Mark Milley might have done something wrong. He was the Army general, served as the 20th chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And he could fade into obscurity as far as I'm concerned, the average American. But suddenly now he's on our radar because Biden has given him a blank check, a get-out-of-jail-free card, a free pass, which has me and Senator Brasso saying, well, what did you do wrong then? Brasso told the Cowboy State Daily, if they didn't do anything wrong, meaning the people who received this forward-looking pardon, they shouldn't need a pardon. Senator Cynthia Lummis agreed. It is a fitting end to this lawless administration that Biden would preemptively pardon people like Liz Cheney and tacitly acknowledge their guilt. Lummis posted this on X the other day. Exactly right. It's a tacit acknowledgement of guilt. I'm not going to say it, but I'll say it. It's like somebody who pleads nolo contendere. You're basically saying guilty, but don't punish me real bad. Biden is saying, they're pleading no contest, sort of. If you're not guilty, if you don't have reason to be investigated or prosecuted or looked into, then what's the point of the pardon? I'm still trying to figure out what General Mark Milley even did or does, or, what does the Joint Chiefs of Staff do anyway? Launch missiles at North Korea if they get out of line? I don't know. Pentagon removes new portrait of Mark Milley. I don't know. I don't know what he did wrong. Well, he obviously did something. If Biden needs to give him a free pass, a hall pass, he did something. For me, Fauci is, and that's me. That's my opinion. I'll go into the opinion room. I get it. There are a lot of people who don't share this opinion.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
And, none of it matters. Like, it's over. The pandemic's over. Well, not really. It's still here. COVID's still here. We're still suffering from an economy left ravaged by the measures we took during the pandemic. Measures we took because we were led by somebody presumably who knew what they were doing. Dr. Fauci, sometimes known as President Fauci, told us all what to do. If we find out later, exhaustive investigation Go watch the Tucker Carlson documentary. Go read a new hundreds of pages of study in the aftermath of COVID and what we have now found out about it, including it probably did come from the Wuhan germ factory, not the wet market. It probably did escape intentionally or accidentally. And there's no scientific or medical science behind the idea of masking up or staying 6 feet away from the dude in line in front of you at the bank. That's just made up stuff. All that's in real official report. That's not me saying that. That's in actual reports by lots of people, peer-reviewed, and not just one people, Dr. Fauci, who may or may not be driving a brand new car purchased by Big Pharma. Yeah, I see why he's on the list of those receiving blanket preemptive pardons. Liz Cheney, and we all saw that coming, including Cynthia Lummis, who's not among Liz's best friends. Trump, by the way, called the move, these last-minute, final-hour pardons, called them disgraceful. It's disgraceful. Many guilty of major crimes, major bad things. But actually, the quote is, he told NBC News, Kristen Walker, many are guilty of major crimes. Disgraceful, Trump said. But yeah, the Biden last-minute pardons not playing well with Wyoming's delegation, as you could guess. And they were on hand, by the way, they meaning Wyoming's congressional peoples. They were there. Senator Barrasso among the short list. But you got to find out who was who in politics, huh? When they moved the inauguration indoors, suddenly it's like Hollywood. It's like the Golden Globes or whatever the Hollywood award things are. Lots of people can come to Hollywood and flock around the whole scene, but how many actually get the invite in to see the Academy Awards or the Golden Globes or one of those shows? You know, it's the who's who. It's the A-listers who the camera picks up when it pans the folks in the seats in the audience. You got to be somebody to be in that show, to get the invite there. Well, it was similar in the political world, the Washington, D.C. version of Hollywood's Golden Globes Awards. Similar. You really had to be somebody to get inside, to get into the inauguration and see it live. Like, you had to be well connected. And of course, Senator John Barrasso was practically BFFs with Trump. They worked at McDonald's together back in the day. Barrasso's a second-ranking dude in the GOP. And, in fact, Trump gave him a whip in case he has to snap people in line. Still wish that job came with a whip. And I do not regret at all when we had on the show in our interview with U.S. Senator John Barrasso, I did ask him if Majority Whip came with a whip. And he said no. And then gave me a look like, what planet are you from? And kind of gave it an aside off-camera look to, who is the senator's aide that booked me on this show with this Looney Tune who thinks I have a whip for this show, for this gig? And hearing that he didn't have a whip, I told him we would send one as fast as we could. I'm like, well, you need one. Things are going to get Western and crazy in D.C. We've all read how it goes. You need a whip. And we'll send one right away. Courtesy of Cowboy State Daily, which we need to do. I should have had that done. So, yeah, you really had to be an A-lister in politics to get into that show that was the inauguration. Jackie, you weren't there, were you?
I was there in spirit,
Yeah.
Jake.
But safe in Thermopolis, just sort of watching from 2,000 miles away. Jimmy went. Right? Jimmy went to somebody told me Jimmy went to DC to be around it, but I don't know that he got in. I don't know if he's that connected.
Yeah,
I think he went.
Know. I know that they said that a lot of people weren't able to see it because it was indoors, but
yeah,
I don't blame them. When you look at how many older people, especially, and it just, I don't know, standing for hours in the cold, not my cup of tea.
Yeah, it was 24 and sunny, but it was windy. I know John Barrasso could have withstood it. I know Harriet Hagman would have shrugged it off, like it just wore a light sweater, maybe.
No, a heavy coat.
I mean, the Wyoming contingency would have made it work, without gloves and a hat.
But comfort. I notice the older I get, the more I want my comfort.
Mm-hmm. Well, we talked to Don Day earlier and asked him why he had to make it so cold in Wyoming, and we found out it wasn't his doing. He's just forecasting. That's his.
Okay. He was waving his wand around, and that's why.
I know, and that was his excuse anyway. I don't know about that, but
I don't know. I think he's in the back, like stirring it up and saying, "What do we want today?"
Yeah, in front. Yeah, they're like looking over the cauldron. But yeah,
let's throw in a lizard today and see what happens.
Oops, I just made it 40 below in Thermopolis. Didn't mean to do that. We were actually colder than the South Pole yesterday. I think the South Pole cold was -8. Most of Wyoming just laughed at that. Like, try -16. Yeah, Wyoming was cold. Nowhere near the record, though, which is 66 below back in 1933, 63 below in Moran. We've had cold.
I'm from Fairbanks, so I know cold, and that's why I say I'm from.
Yeah, and look at your steady migration. Alaska, too cold. You come down to Wyoming, too cold. I think next it'll be, I don't know.
Oh, the islands are looking kind of nice.
Aren't they? Your story about money printed in I couldn't believe this. I wanted to call foul. No way. Wyoming towns used to have their own money. Get out, Jackie.
51 banks. And we're talking Meeteetse, Lusk. Who would have known that Lusk has the oldest bank in Wyoming? I thought Cheyenne would.
Right.
The Stock Growers Association. No, Lusk beat them. And they were kind of a profitable little town there. They had money. They were prosperous. Yeah.
You know now, what I'm looking for. How did it work? You just couldn't go out and print money. We all know if you want to do that, you got to be in the mafia. You just couldn't go out and make your own money. What did you have to do? What was it?
I have to admit, I thought that at first that they printed them.
Yeah.
No, they were called nationals. And so you had to have a certain amount of money that you sent to the Federal Reserve. So like Lusk, they had on hand $50,000 in capital. So that $50,000 could have been sent to the government. And then in exchange, they get these $50,000 dollar bills. And it was 100% ratio. Originally, it was a 90%, but then it was 100. So then the federal government had a template, and then they would just put Bank of Lusk on there in Lusk, Wyoming, and they would have a spot for both the clerk and the president to sign. So all these stories of the outlaws, that's what fascinated me. I've always heard unsigned banknotes, and the banks had to sign them. I didn't know why? Now you know why. So they're shipping to the Bank of Lander, the Bank of Thermopolis, these bills, and they are worthless. They're like traveler's checks.
But I wonder if, do you think that was the reason outlaws chose to hit, a stagecoach that had these kind of bills, because they were less guarded, because the feeling was it wasn't really money. But meanwhile, the outlaws are like, we're going to steal this and we're going to sign it. It would be good enough.
Actually, they didn't really like to steal them. That was the whole thing. Think of
Oh.
the Wilcox train robbery. You see that scene where the money is flying and burning and grabbing some of it. Some of it, according to Randy Tucker, the guy I talked to, uh, he said that those were the ones that were signed by the Cheyenne and Laramie banks, but they ignored the ones that were unsigned. I mean, they could get it, forge it, they could get it cash, but those kind of left a trail where the gold and the signed banknotes didn't.
So what would be
So
the advantage of having a Thermopolis $20 bill as opposed to the regular one? Why would anyone want that one? I know you want it today. It's a collector's item, but why back then would you want that?
it was explained to me that the Civil War, that it was sort of like before the Civil War, even, it was really a lawless time in banking. You had currency all over the place. So by having these nationals that had a set design, had a set look to them, you did have some continuity. And why not have one with the Bank of Lusk on there? We're issuing it to you. So I think that was it was a step towards what we have now, that just the regular $20 bill, but that was the first step towards it.
They look
Yeah, they're
cooler.
very collectible because Franklin D. Roosevelt outlawed it when our very own Nellie Tello Ross was in charge of the U.S. Mint. So she was involved with outlawing nationals, which I think is kind of a unique twist to the whole story. But when he outlawed it, it was because he didn't want the gold exchange. You used to be able to bring your $20 bill and get $20 worth of gold in exchange. They were worth that. And the silver exchange continued into the 1960s, but he outlawed the gold because there was a lot of hoarding after the Civil War. And he wanted it to be a free economy, have the money around. But it's another part of that where I'm like, I don't like the idea of it being illegal for people to own gold. That part just, I
Yeah.
cringe.
Yeah, when we got off the gold standard, that's when we really went off track, I think. But that's a conversation for another day. Did you
Yeah.
talk to coin dealers and people who deal in this stuff? Like, how likely is it to come across one of these bills? How many people have them? Can you go, like, if I went to a pawn shop or a dealer, could I find one pretty easily, or are they extremely rare?
They're very rare. They believe there's about 1,700 Wyoming bills in circulation because what happened is, yeah, Lusk had $50,000 worth, but when the gold standard was eliminated, people had these worthless bills. But they had a time when they could go exchange them for something that was actually worth $20. And so they were rushing to the bank. The bank took them in and destroyed all those nationals. That's why they're rare. And what's really rare is if you get an 1875 Wyoming banknote. If you have one of those, oh my goodness, one went for auction back in 2017 for $72,000. They're like,
Yowza.
the whole article, because my dad's a coin collector too, and so I knew where to go and find all this information. But this article was just talking about how Wyoming's the leader because we had that $72,000 one, and then right after that, a $40,000 banknote. I mean, they are so. If you do have a banknote in your collection, a national, the 1929 ones, those series, they're the most common. That's what the Bank of Thermopolis has. And I believe that's what the Bank of Lander has. They're worth up to maybe $500. But the 1875 ones, that when Wyoming was a territory, those are valuable.
I got to get me one of those. So my idea to get rich, I'm shifting. I'm pivoting. My old idea, yesterday's idea of getting rich is to launch my OnlyFans account and wear tight-fitting clothing. Never mind that.
I'm going to stop you. You got to do an Only Friends account.
Only
You gotta
Friends.
start the movement. Yes. Then you can wear your baggy sweats and you can just be sitting there. Let's have a beer, dude.
All right,
That's what you need to do,
that's
Jake.
plan B. The new plan A is to get a hold of that 1875 rare deal and then the Holy Grail, the 1943 copper penny, and I am in the money. Literally.
Yes. That's the way to.
And maybe at that point, I'll be important enough that they will carve my face on Mount Rushmore, put me aside one of the 4 dudes already there. Your story.
You're going to do it in Wyoming.
Oh, yeah, we're going to. It's gonna, but we don't know where and how and who's going to pay for it. I don't know. Steve Harshman has the idea, but it doesn't seem well scoped out yet. Let's just concentrate on the original Mount Rushmore. And your story, we were talking about the Mount Rushmore that day, and you said that. You said, did you know originally they were going to have the whole body? I thought, there's Jackie going off. I guess she's she got her facts mixed up. Yeah, and I'm like, sure enough, here's the story. That was the original plan, but man, it took so long just to make the faces. I think they gave up on that.
Yes. What happened is it was like I was telling Wendy, there was 3 reasons why it became just a face. Number one, you had limited funds. So, and I'm going to slaughter his name, but Borglum went around and he was actually actively trying to raise money to finish the statues. And then he died. He unexpectedly had a heart attack and he died in May. And so that year, his son took over completely. He finished the finer details, but the government came in and said, you know what? It's finished. And so October of that year, they were just like, it's done. It looks great. Good job. And that was how it happened. The guy with the vision was gone and they wouldn't listen to his son. And then also you have World War II looming.
Yeah.
And that was where attention and money. Like,
Oh, yeah. End of endeavor. 400 workers, 14 years, whatever whatever.
That's important.
That's
not a single death.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, that's good because, that can't be terribly safe. I'm not sure OSHA was there every day to make sure people carving out somebody's nose was doing it safely. But it takes a long time.
What I liked about it, Jake, is it was miners. They went and they're like, we need someone who can handle dynamite. So who are they going to get? They employed a lot of miners, and then you had the sculptors coming in. And I mean, when you look at how big like the eye is, and it's just, they are gigantic and they were supposed to be bigger. So the original title of my story was Missing Body Parts. Didn't make it. I thought it would.
That's cute. That would have been good. We're looking at the photos of the story. So, in your research, did you find that Borglum? I can't imagine doing something to this scale. And from from the smaller version, here's how it's going to draft. Here's the draft version. To making it big, what was Borglum at all surprised how long it was taking? Like, did he have any idea of that? Wow, this is going to take longer than I thought.
It doesn't appear that way. It looks like this is about the scope that he was expecting, and he actually had experience because he was first in the Tennessee or one of those states working, and he got mad at the groups that he was working with. They were working on a Civil War monument in the oh gosh, now I can't remember off the top of my head. You can look at the story and do your own research, but he was experienced. This was going to be his big, project. And it doesn't look like he was surprised at how long it was taking. And when you think about it, they're still working on Crazy Horse, and it is huge.
Yeah.
I mean, it's much bigger than Mount Rushmore. And so 14 years to do what they accomplished, including the hidden room. I loved that part of the story. The Hall of Records. Originally, he was going to have a tablet. I mean, when you think of all the different ways this changed, I mean, the very first idea, it was a historian, so we'll love that. Shout out to historians.
Yeah.
But they're going to carve him into the needles. And he's like, first it's too weak, the granite won't work, and they'll look like, and I love this, misplaced totem poles.
Oh, yeah.
And it was like, yeah, I would. So he scouted around for a couple of weeks looking for the perfect place. And when he saw Mount Rushmore, he's like, there's America. I can see it. And
Wow.
the rest is history, as we can say.
Probably don't have very many photos in existence of the mountainside prior to the faces. You've got one here, early construction of how it may have looked. I'll share that with our viewers. There's Mount Rushmore before the four dudes got their face on there.
And if you go to Mount Rushmore, they have wonderful exhibits, and one of them is of the mock-up of how it was supposed to look like with the full torsos.
Similar to actually seeing what's the famous Mona Lisa in the Louvre. I've saw it, and I had the same reaction as when I saw Mount Rushmore. The first thing that came to mind before I was overwhelmed by the beauty and magnificence of the artistry is, ooh, that's small. that's smaller than I thought when I saw. Have you been to Mount Rushmore?
I was thinking of Mona Lisa. How big is it? I wanted to go down.
It's little. It's
really?
Yeah, it's not real big. I mean, you know, every photograph of the portrait you've ever seen is, shows it big. And so you get in the room and you wait in line and you're trying to see over people's heads and you're like, that's it? It's not that big. And I had the same impression with Rushmore. I'm like, I was expecting bigger. I mean, this is a mountain. Have you been?
It was supposed to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it was supposed to be the whole body. Yeah, you would have felt like giants among us are coming. Yeah.
I would imagine if we could hike up to it and see it in 60 feet of a face, I think it would be.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you look at perspective, you're like little ants and you're way back there.
It's an incredible story, Jackie. And yeah, we were just shooting around the idea the other day talking about Mount Rushmore.
That's why I got to do this story.
Yeah.
Like, what? Our editor was looking at me in shock. And it was only Wendy and I that knew. We're just like, well, yeah, haven't you guys been there? Haven't you been to the exhibit? And apparently not. So now you need to go visit the exhibit itself.
Yeah, I'm going to check that out. You've inspired me. Running out of time for the top of the hour. We got time for one more story. Joe Kenny, the longtime radio dude in the Lander area. Many people you'd know the voice if you heard it. Joe Kenny, great feature on him by Jackie Dorothy.
Joe Kenny, he's actually one of my mentors. When I got my start in radio back in 2003, which doesn't seem that long ago, but I guess it's been 20 years. He was one of those that I talked to. I've been on Coffee Time, and I'm going to be doing a series of radio guys and just going back into their history. And so you kind of get to see the face of those people that you grew up with. And Joe Kenny is very iconic in the Lander area. I mean, 60 years. And it was so fun to dig into his history and to realize that as a little tyke, he's like fascinated by radio.
Yeah.
Of course, then he's trying to find, where's the voices? Where are these guys?
That was a good part of the story. And that was the day where, you huddled around the radio like you do at TV in the living room. You just sat there and stared at the wood box. And yeah, he would say, where's that voice coming from? And look behind it, sort of like the cat in the family or the dog going, where's that coming from? Yeah, that was pretty neat. We're looking at photos from the story. Now, that show you talked about, that you say you were interviewed on the Coffee Talk. Yeah, Coffee Time. It estimated 10,000 guests on that show.
Oh, I would believe it, because you think about it. He's doing it 5 days a week, and he wouldn't just have one guest. I mean, we would be circle through. I remember standing outside. Oh, I have great memories. Showing up to do the show with him, and there would be government individuals there. I think I was there when Dick Cheney showed up one time. I mean, it was just, he had some really great interviews, and then average people like me just showing up to talk shop. And I was there to talk at the time about the Wind River Casino and just talk about what our tribe was up to. And there were other people there to talk about community, but then he would have people talking about the state. I mean, again, there when John Barrasso would show up when he was campaigning. training at the very beginning. So Joe Kinney, yes, very easily, maybe over 10,000, and he's continuing it. So for those that like me miss coffee time, you can catch his podcast on Spotify called Landeritis. I'm gonna sneeze.
Yeah, he's bless you. He's just looking into the new tech. Like he retired from radio, but then he's like, what is this newfangled podcast thing? He's getting into that. But through the years, through the decades of him interviewing people, he's had some huge, big name guests. And it made me think, did you ever get bumped, Jackie? Did Joe ever say, I'm sorry, we don't have time for you? We have Cheney
you
here.
Mean like you've done, Jake?
Yeah.
No, actually, what happens is that I just wait longer and I get to listen to them talk. And then he'll be like, okay, now it's your turn.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. We got to hit news, top of the hour. Appreciate you coming on.
Talk about being bumped.
Yeah,
there we go.
Right. We got to go. Thanks so much.
Thank you,
Jackie Dorothy, 3 stories in the Cowboy State Daily. You just got to read. Fantastic stuff. Let's get to top of the hour. It's time for Wendy Core's news on the Cowboy State Daily Show, Tuesday edition.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One of the most popular political topics in Wyoming is private property rights and how far or not they should extend. On Monday, that topic took center stage in the Wyoming House over a discussion on a bill that would require the sale of all private property to the federal government in Wyoming be matched with a corresponding decrease in federal land. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that House Bill 118 would mark a significant change for those wanting to sell their land for recreation or other purposes to the federal government, and would likely limit most of these transactions moving forward.
There was a lot of back and forth discussion about this in the House on Monday. Very interesting. It was basically came down to what should get a bigger priority, restricting the federal government's growth or private property rights. At the end of the day, the Wyoming House chose restricting the federal government as its preference. They're really kind of trumpeting the horn of state sovereignty.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Dalton Banks of Cowley, said just because federal land transfers have been accepted throughout Wyoming's statehood doesn't make it right. He also said his bill protects property owners from federal overreach and sweeping government mandates. All 3 of Wyoming's members of Congress joined a body jam of people in the U.S. Capitol's rotunda as Donald Trump took the oath of office to become the 47th President of the United States. Sean Berry, reporting for Cowboy State Daily, says the 11th hour change to the swearing-in ceremony, moving it from outside on account of cold weather, created uncertainty as to whether all lawmakers who wished to attend could actually fit in the circular indoor space beneath the Capitol dome.
Because there was a finite amount of space in the Capitol Rotunda, it was never clear whether all lawmakers who wished to attend would be able to attend, especially given the number of non-lawmakers, such as tech CEOs and cabinet picks and former presidents and first ladies. There was never any question that Senator John Barrasso, as the Senate Majority Whip, the second-ranking member in the Republican Party in the Senate, whether he would be able to attend. Certainly he would.
Barrasso could be seen in the live video feed of the ceremony. A spokeswoman for Senator Cynthia Lummis, along with a spokesman for Representative Harriet Hageman, confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that they were there as well. A trial jury could not come to a unanimous decision Monday on whether a Lander man killed a house guest with a metal bar or whether he did so but was too mentally ill to rationalize what he was doing. Fremont County District Court Judge Jason Condor dismissed the hung jury at noon Monday after 2 days of deliberation in the case of Michael Vigil. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the jury dismissal brought a sense of uncertainty to the proceedings.
I didn't get interviews with the attorneys or the judge, but I had this distinct feeling like they hadn't really been in this position before. They were like, does the state refile charges? Does the state prosecute again on the original charges? I mean, at the end of the day, they decided, okay, this just takes us back in time as if we didn't have a trial. And now we have to decide if we're going to have another trial or strike a plea agreement.
In a hearing later Monday afternoon, Vigil's attorney asked Condor to acquit Vigil based on the argument that no reasonable jury could convict him with the state's set of evidence. Condor denied that motion and scheduled the case for a new trial May 19th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The last few days have been extraordinarily cold. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Old Faithful set the bar at a bone-chilling minus 40 on Monday. But as cold as these temperatures were, they weren't record-setting.
The coldest temperature ever recorded in Wyoming was also in Yellowstone National Park, and it was minus 66.
With the blast of Arctic cold that's plunged Wyoming into a double-digit deep freeze, most people stay indoors as much as possible. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to several ranching families who told her it's never too cold for feeding the animals and doing the outdoor chores.
They have to chop ice and make sure that they have their water. They have to make sure that they have their feed and that they're in a good area where they won't perish from this extreme cold that's coming through.
And despite the cold, the ranchers say they wouldn't have their lives any other way. That's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Thank you, Wendy. 7 into the hour, hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Soon to be simulcast across radio stations throughout the state. That's the game plan. It's only hinging on how fast I can do a radio show because I'm barely able to get through a podcast, which is sort of just a loosey-goosey radio show. Podcast is like just doing what you want, just riffing. It's like the difference between a stand-up comic doing an hour and a half at the Laugh Stop and a 30-minute situational comedy where you've got to come in at 24 minutes with 6 minutes of commercial time and you got to edit and cut down and you got to get it. Yeah, what I do is just freeform word vomiting, and I have to get in shape to do actual radio, and it's with growing pains that I'm trying. Bark Hines will be on the show in a moment. He's got a few stories we need to talk about, including the ATF. I didn't know the ATF was so bully. But apparently, there's a couple of situations in Wyoming in the past recalled by former sheriffs, recalled by people who were the victims, I'll say, of ATF raids that find that agency is kind of rude. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives conducted a raid back in 2002 that Mark Hines talking about, and one in 2023 that Mark Hines just wrote about that couple in Bighorn. And in both cases, I think in the 2023 case, and I believe in this 2002 case, the ATF was acting on tips, acting on intel that proved to be either false or incomplete or just over the top, the ATF's reaction. Like, they weren't going after potential terrorists who were cooking up explosives and incendiary devices and that were trying to arm a revolution. They were just raiding the homes of a dude that had some guns and throwing the dudes out in the cold in their underwears. Like, it's a little weird. Mark Hines talked about the over-aggressive raid back in 2002. He talked with Sublette County Sheriff Hank Ruland at the time. He recalled an incident in 2002 in his county that it kind of reminded him when he saw the story that Mark Hines wrote about the Bighorn couple, and that story was just on the Cowboy State Daily a couple days ago. And the aggressive raid by federal agents on that Bighorn couple back in 2023. Former Sublette County Sheriff Hank Ruland said, boy, that reminds me of something that happened in my county in 2002. And he said, we never had a problem with federal agents before. He probably worked previously with, who knows, ICE or some federal agency, when the FBI, when the feds want to perform some kind of action, of course, they'll call the local sheriff and say, we're going to do this. And the sheriff cooperates or gets the heck out of the way. And he said, we never had a problem before. But boy, the quote from the sheriff, but boy, when they, ATF agents, hit the ground here, it was bad. ATF apparently doesn't have a SWAT team style units on standby, so any incident that might warrant a tactical team involves extensive advanced planning. But are they too heavy-handed? And as former Sublette County Sheriff Ruland sees it, who's law enforcement himself, he said these ATF agents were far too rough. With a man suspected of illegally making parts for fully automatic weapons in his home in the tiny community of Boulder, Wyoming. So again, we're not talking about potential terrorists cooking up a revolution. We're talking about a dude in Boulder, Wyoming, who is manufacturing parts for automatic weapons, maybe selling them. Well, it's not prior to the internet, but maybe he's selling them online. Maybe he's selling them regionally. Parts for an automatic weapon. He's making these illegally in his basement, and ATF comes down like a horde on the guy, throws him out in the snow, I think, right? Ruland said his own men, were surprised at the ATF agents and what they did. And looking back now, Sheriff Ruland said, I should have handled it myself because this thing turned into a clown show. He said the ATF agents pulled the man from his home, threw him down into the snow. It was 5 degrees below zero. They chucked this guy into the snow while they went through his place. He said his own deputy sheriffs protested to the ATF's actions. You can imagine how that went. You're in the middle of what do they call them? I keep wanting to say procedure. That's not, what do you call, what would law enforcement call a raid? They wouldn't call it a raid. They would call it an action. ATF's in the middle of their action and these little Sublette County coppers trying to get in our way. That's probably hard to deal with when you're the local law enforcement, you're the local cop shop, and you're watching your own people get thrown out into the snow by these federal agents going after a guy who you might know. You probably know. You're like, I know this guy. He makes some parts for guns. He's like a firearms dude. Like, he's not on any kind of hit list. He's not a terrorist. What are you doing to this dude? And Ruland said, former Sublette County Sheriff in this story for Mark Hines, Ruland said, my guys had never experienced anything like that before. They had never worked with the ATF, so they trusted them. And then they watched this go down, and the man later lawyered up, by the way, threatened to file a lawsuit against the local sheriff's office. But Ruland said, my guys were not dirty in this whole thing. It was the ATF that was coming in like Gestapo. Good story about 2 incidents of raids by the federal ATF and how it was considered a little over the top in 2023, and certainly it was considered in 2002 a clown show by the then Sublette County Sheriff. Mark Hines had those two stories in the Cowboy State Daily back-to-back these last couple of days. Mark also explored wildlife forensics in a way. His story, grape jelly, blood clots, and dismemberment can determine what kills wildlife. Investigators looking at carcasses have telltale signs that would let them know whether they're looking at a grizzly kill, a wolf kill, a lion kill. There's reasons why you may have to investigate something and try to identify what killed an animal, particularly when you're talking about ranchers and cattle. Cattlemen who find a cow ripped open, dead, they need to be compensated if it's a grizzly kill, wolf kill, lion kill, so they'll get experts in and they'll do a whole CSI elk, CSI Angus, and they'll try to determine whether the animal maybe died naturally, died from something else, and then a predator came along and munched on him, or whether that animal was killed. And there's telltale signs that could really let you know, really indicate whether a mountain lion did it. Big cats have certain ways of killing, certain methods they use. So you would see a carcass exhibit signs that it was a lion kill. Wolves have their own unique way of killing, including hamstringing their victims. They all have their ways. Grizzly bear, sometimes it's just one swat. They're so strong, they'll swat you one time and kill you, just knock you down dead. But it's a cool story from Mark Hines about the folks who are hired to do that, these biologists, these experts, and what they look for when they're investigating kills. Let me share some of the photos with you because it's nice and early in the morning and you should be enjoying the entire visual. This is an elk, probably long dead when a mountain lion was smacking on this one, courtesy of Dan Thompson, Wyoming Game and Fish. Thanks, Dan. There's a whole bunch of pronghorn. The caption reading, "Unraveling whodunit mysteries when cattle or big game animals are killed by predators can be gory, gooey business, I'll say. But there are vital clues in the carcasses for those who know how to look, those who get paid to look. I would need to get paid to look. I would need to get paid a lot to look at that. Ooh. Yeah, that's not my thing. Mark, going once. Bueller. Yeah, and Mark's not here. I have him for 8:10. It's 8:18, 8:19. I'm going to call it. We're going to call it. Time of death, 8:19. Mark Hines also had this story about snowmobilers stoked. Snow is finally piling up around Wyoming. Slow start. December was warm, dry. And now January is kicking. And Wyoming snowmobilers and lodge owners who host them feeling a little better about the scene. Mark also lets us in on not so well-kept secret, in my opinion, about Midwesterners and how they love to snow machine here. That's for sure. I know a lot of Michiganders. I know a lot of folks in the UP who love to come here and snow machine. Definitely. Mark Hines in this room. How you doing, buddy? Did you hear me calling for you? I was like, where's Mark? Where's Mark?
Here I am.
There he is.
Sorry, I just had to adjust my headphones.
Mark
What's up,
makes.
Jake?
I enjoyed your two stories, both connecting the potential heavy-handedness of the ATF, a 23 incident and a 2002 incident, both eerily similar, where the ATF came down like hard.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Is that you found that former Sublette County sheriff who called it a clown show, but he said, my guys had never seen anything like that. We assume the feds know what they're doing, but they were kind of strong, man. They were coming after a guy who wasn't exactly a terrorist and didn't have a basement full of explosive. He just made parts for semi-automatic weapons. They chucked the guy out in the snow. It's 5 below zero, and I don't know. It seems a little bully.
And it turns out, at least from what the sheriff told me, it turned out that even that wasn't true. That it was, I guess, kind of a the way the terms he framed it in, it was like a nasty breakup rumor. His ex was mad at him, so called the authorities and said he was manufacturing fully automatic weapons. And from what the sheriff told me, apparently he was not. So, the way he tells it, the entire thing was kind of under false pretenses to begin with. So,
yeah, and there was a potential lawsuit against the Sublette County Sheriff's Office, and the sheriff said, "Man, it wasn't my guys, and if we had to do it over again, I would have been in charge of that deal." And
yeah,
wow,
it's interesting. I think what I'm hearing from folks is that the ATF, maybe part of their mission is to take down truly dangerous people, but then it raises that question: do they treat like you said, or are they just going to treat everyone like a potential terrorist?
Yeah, I mean,
we have a couple incidents that suggest they might be kind of going overboard and treating everybody like they're Bin Laden or something.
Right. I mean, I totally like a success story as much as anybody. Like if the ATF catches a Timothy McVeigh prior to incident, kicking down his basement door and dragging that dude out, I got no problem with that. Yeah. But these two incidents in Wyoming in 2002 and 2023 look like the intel was bad or incomplete, and the reaction was a little harsh.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of people share that view with you, Jake. So
okay. Well, are you gonna have a career change anytime soon and go into CSI dead animal investigation? Gross.
No. I like the geeky science stuff, but I think I'm good where I'm at with my current job. But I thought that was fascinating. Again, from kind of a geeky science, that you can take apart a carcass and kind of piece together the mystery of what happened to this animal. And I had two or three different of those folks tell me that you look for those the hemorrhaging under the skin, where even if the bite marks didn't penetrate the skin, it causes that bruising under the skin, and indicating basically as one person put it, that there was blood pressure involved. In other words, the animal was still alive when it was getting gnawed on, and that's what caused the grape jelly. I thought that was a really good description of the blood subsurface blood clotting. It looks like grape jelly.
A little too descriptive, Mark. TMI, grape jelly blood. Yeah. But, there's reasons why you would investigate this stuff when we're talking about compensation for ranchers if they have cattle killed, cattle predation. They need to prove something. So you're looking for telltale signs the animal wasn't dead prior. And we know that different predators kill different ways, a wolf and a lion. The indications on the carcass could be key.
Yep. Where the bite marks are, the nature of them. Typically, wolves work together in a pack, and they tend to drag their prey down from the rear. Whereas, like the guy said, bears kind of attack from above. They just kind of pound on the neck and the back. And then mountain lions, they kind of take things down and crush the windpipe or bite the back of the skull.
Yeah.
So it sounds like out of all of them, mountain lions are the cleanest killers.
Right. If I had to choose my death by predator, I guess, please, a mountain lion take me.
You bounce around by a bear or eaten from the bottom up by a pack of wolves. I guess it'd be better just be bitten on the neck by a mountain lion if it comes down to that. So
Slow start to the sledding season in Wyoming. December was dry and warm, but January is picking up. You talk to some lodges that depend on that industry, and you talk to some folks. Every snowmobiler who's not from Wyoming, they're from Michigan, is what I've found. A lot of Midwesterners love coming here.
Yeah. Well, and I think the reason for that is it's like people told me, if regardless of which major interstate you're coming up, Wyoming is the first state you're going to hit from that direction that has mountains, and not just any mountains. Both the Bighorns and the Snowies, they're formed in such a way that they have a good combination of, lower down through the timber, they got nice, cool, windy trails, and then up on top they have those big open parks where people can, hit the throttle and cut loose a little bit. So it's kind of the magic combination we have here in Wyoming. We're the first ones coming from the east, and then we've got these great mountain ranges that are built well for snowmobiling. And so I think that gets overlooked a lot in Wyoming, but we are a destination state for snowmobilers. We truly are.
Yeah, and we just fall into it naturally, because if you're in Minnesota, you point yourself west with a trailer full of snow machines. The first place you're going to hit that's got some good snowmobiling is Wyoming.
Yeah.
A day's drive, a good long day, but a day's drive to have fun here.
Yep, absolutely.
Cool, good deal. Well, thanks for coming on, Mark. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, Jake.
Mark Hines.
You have a good one, sir.
You too. Mark Hines with a bunch of good stories in the Cowboy State Daily, including CSI animal predation, a fun story on, what did kill that cow? What did kill that something? And might be, you might want to skip the photos if it's early in the morning. Grape jelly, blood clots, dismemberment, all kinds of clues folks are looking for when they look at a dead animal. Snowmobiler Stokes. Snow is finally piling up around Wyoming. That's Mark Hines' story from January 18th. And he had a couple of good stories that kind of tie together about ATF raids in Wyoming. One in 2002, one in 2023. And in both cases, ATF acting on intel that may have been a little incomplete or a little fuzzy, really came down with big-time raids that seemed a little heavy-handed to the couple in Bighorn and to a former Sublette County sheriff who watched it happen in his county. Good stories from Mark Hines. Check those out. Let's take a quick break, and we'll tee things up here for Kevin Meyer to get into the show, into the Zoom room. Kevin Meyer making horse sense of the world, our resident cowboy. It'll be moments away for that one. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
I'm Amy Grant, and I want to talk to you from my heart about the heart. There was nothing about my life that said, you have a ticking time bomb in your chest. But I did. I wound up in the office of a cardiologist because I was there with my husband. And at the tail end of that, the cardiologist looked at me and said, I want to see you. No one was more surprised than I was to learn I was living with a rare heart condition. He said, Amy, this condition, you'll be fine, and then catastrophic. A few months later, I had open heart surgery that saved my life. And I owe it to the research and life-saving medical breakthroughs developed by the American Heart Association. I'm grateful for the American Heart Association. Their research gave me more time to do the things I love with the people I love. So listen to your heart. I'm here today because I did. Learn more at helpheart.org.
Straight into the Zoom room with Kevin Meyer. I played some Wiley in the Wild West Sunday night at the Cowboy Bar, and people loved it. Everybody loves Wiley. I played, I forget what song I played. I'm going to go look it up. Hold on. I'm a I'm a saddle bum. Saddle bum. Is that a song?
Saddle Tramp.
Okay.
Yeah, Saddle Bum.
Tramp.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good song.
That's the one I played. It was so good. He's got such a good voice. I wish everybody. I'll play a little bit. And if Wiley sues us, which Kevin says he won't.
He won't.
Okay. Wiley. Yeah, Saddle Bum. I love that song.
Saddle bum, always on the run.
Just riding whichever way the wind blows. That is the part about cowboying. If you've ever done it, there's very few who do it anymore the way you used to could do it before the devil's rope, before the wire. Back in them days, Kevin, we only have barely a glimpse of it. But if you're doing cowboy nowadays, you're kind of doing it on a ranch. You're kind of doing it in a specific place for a specific purpose. But there was a time where you just had saddle in hand, and you made your choices on when and who you wanted to work for. And what you enjoyed most was not the pay, but the freedom to just go where you want.
Oh yeah, and that's a part of it that is still factual. Is no one's cowboying to get rich; they're doing it for the adventure and the stories, and there's still a few of those good old riding jobs out there, but they're few and far between, and they're really hard to get because the guys that have them don't want to give them up.
Yeah. So I guess we got to talk about weather because it's everybody's favorite topic. It's super cold. What do you got going in Douglas? Are you double digit below zero, one of those things?
Yeah, as you notice, I think my winter cap here is grown attached to my head.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can get it off.
Yeah,
see if I can peel it.
You got the Stormy Kroger going. There you go.
There we go. Yeah, we dipped down. I think the worst it got at night was 19 or 20 below, but of course with us the wind chill was the worst of it, and didn't get a lot of snow, but luckily it's getting moved around at a pretty high rate of speed, especially right now. Those Chinook winds that Don Day has talked about, they came pretty early for us, except we haven't gotten the warm part of that Chinook wind just yet. It's still pretty chilly out there this morning.
Yeah. I mean, I have not had the benefit of Chinook over here. I guess it just doesn't get west of the divide much, but I hear tell of it, and I sure wouldn't mind it. Maybe not the wind, but the kind of warm up. But yeah, it's been super cold enough for anybody. What does it do? What does it mean for you? We saw that story about Jackie Dorothy, about that ranching family that says, come cold, heat, snow, rain, it don't matter to the ranching family. They get out there and feed animals. You got to throw a little extra hay to the horses, keep them burning something, keep them warm. But yeah, to folks like you, Kevin Meyer and Douglas, cold makes it just extra hard to do stuff. Things are frozen. You don't want to do stuff, but you have to for the animals.
Yeah, the first thing every morning when it gets cold like that, you get up, it is make sure they've got feed, make sure that they've got water, and as much as possible, try to get them some shelter to where at least they can get out of the wind. And here on our place, we don't have any trees, but we have plenty of windbreaks and plenty of little loafing sheds that we keep for them. And with a horse, as long as they're eating, they'll stay pretty warm if they're out of the wind. And so that's the priority. And then, of course, Saturday, I got to deal most of the day with a broken water pipe in the barn.
Ooh.
And that's always a lovely thing to do. I guess the one redeeming value, and I always like to look on the positive side of things, is if the pipe is frozen enough to break, that means there's not going to be water coming out of it until I can get it fixed.
Good point. The flood is not going to get here till at least May in Wyoming.
Yeah, exactly. So
just leave it there.
Fixed, and
Yeah.
We got it fixed, and we got the water running again, and so we really got the tiger by the tail.
You got all your fingers and everything? Yeah, that is not fun. Oh.
Oh yeah, that's the thing is, as a young man, going around, I would always kind of look and see and say to myself, what would I change about this set of corrals? What would I change about this barn? What would I change about this outfit? And one of the first things that I figured out was do not have a gate on your place that you cannot open with your gloves on.
Yes. Well thought out. These are little things that only people have experienced that think through. That's important. I want to talk about peacock pressure. You ready?
Okay. One of my favorite subjects.
You never thought we'd go here. Yeah. So what's the latest I gave you on the peacock update and my venture to try to get them cooped up?
Well, the last I heard that you got the ladies into the coop, but the gentlemen were standing outside pitching knives.
Yeah. Okay. So I've got now head count. Is that what you call it in peacock? Feather count of 15 head corralled in the coop and 2 outlaws, both male, that just won't get in. And I tried again yesterday and the day before when it was super cold. And I'm looking at it, I know they're cold. I mean, they're too cold to move. And so I'm herding them toward the coop, just like I did the other ones who got the plan. They saw that I was pressuring them toward an area that looked like shelter. And in the peacock brain, which works incredibly slow, my goodness, there isn't a dumber animal on this planet. They got it, and they finally went in. But these 2 stragglers, I just can't apply the right amount of pressure. And here's where I have, again, a new appreciation for the Border Collie, the ultimate herding dog. Not only are they super smart, super athletic, but they have that intangible that I guess I don't have, and that's knowing exactly how much pressure to put on a sheep, a duck, a peacock, I would think. And you got a Border Collie handy there. I might need to borrow it because have you seen that? I mean, they have the eye and they have this, but they have an intuition about when they're pushing too hard and the peacock may fly, or when they're pushing too hard, they may lose that sheep or cow off to this side. They just know exactly how much to push and how much to lay off. And I don't.
Well, years ago, I had a really good Border Collie dog, and I was moving some pairs, and there was a slough that I couldn't ride my horse across. It was a bog. Now, there was one pair on the other side of this slough, and it was a pretty young calf, probably 15 hours old. Old enough it could get up and go, of course, but just barely dried off. Now, to ride around to get to that pair, I would have had to have ridden back up the valley probably a mile and a half. So I sent that dog across and sicked her on that cow, and the cow went to bawling and pawing the dirt and trying to fight that dog. And that dog backed up about 15 feet and just laid down. And it was a windy day, and that dog couldn't really hear me, and I'm yelling at that dog to stop being a coward and to go ahead and get the job done and put some pressure and go. And that dog just laid there and stared at that cow. And that cow was upon dirt over her back and bellowing and really having a fit. And then all of a sudden, she looked at that dog, and her entire body language changed. She stood up, the cow stood up straight, turned around, gathered up her calf, and trotted on down to follow up the herd. And I kid you not, that dog looked over at me like, you do what you do, I'll do what I do, brother.
Yeah. I know the job. Yeah, there's some kind of mind meld communication. I don't know what goes on another level, but yes, there's pushing, like hazing, and then there's what the Border Collie does, which seems to all happen in inner waves, something we can't see. It's so I'm going to need something over there. Give me one of your dogs for a day. I got to get these last 2 dumb peacocks in.
Well, until you get the opportunity to get one of my dogs, I'll get him shipped up to you. Until then, this is what I'm going to tell you. I think you need to go full Wile E. Coyote on him. And I think you need to put out a little plate of birdseed with a sign that says free birdseed. But see, what the peacock doesn't know is that birdseed is sitting in a catapult. Now, you can either go catapult or you can go rock over top the birdseed.
I like the rock.
And as soon as the peacock comes to the birdseed, you'll either catapult it into the coop or the rock will drop on it and you won't have to worry about it anymore. And then, because of one of the stories that you just talked about, you'll be able to forensically see why the peacock died.
Yes, I'll have somebody analyze it and they'll say death by crushing. A big rock fell on this poor coyote. Well, I am looking up now on the internet, Acme peacock supplies. And
that seems like it was the original Amazon, don't it?
Yeah, Acme. Yeah, whenever you needed something like a stick of dynamite or a trap, Acme made it for you if you were a coyote with bad intent. Well, I did something similar. It's funny you say that, Kevin. I did. I put like a little trail along a path that I wanted them to go from barn where these two peacocks are hanging out to coop. And it's not far to go. And I did. I put a little food, but you know what they did? They just got full halfway there. I put too much down. I had to learn. I put like a little bitty pile, then another pile, and they went to one and they ate that. And they very carefully, with their eye on me, they went to the second pile. And then by then, I could almost hear them burp like, we're good. And they turn around and head back to the barn. Son of a gun. So we got to go a little lighter with the feed and just make the trail of breadcrumbs. But I do want to hit them with a rock, with a boulder. And if Acme makes any peacock concussing equipment, I'm in the market.
Just remember, when you paint the tunnel on the side of the rock wall, the peacocks can go through it. You can't.
Yeah, of course. We've seen. I'm not going to be a fool. Fool me once. Yeah, no, you're not going to fool me twice. I've seen it. Seen the movie. Have the T-shirt. The peacocks will run right through and I'll hit the wall. Good point. Something totally different now. When's the last time you've been on an aeroplane?
It has been, well, I'll tell you what. I was on an airplane in October.
Okay.
But that's a little different because it was a private jet.
Whoa.
The last time I was on a commercial flight was actually just at the start of COVID.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
You haven't flown commercial in a long time.
Nope.
Well, I had no idea that Mans Creek Horses was in that kind of rarefied air where you're not booking a flight on United. You're just traveling with the jet setters. Do tell how that came about, if you can.
Nettie and I got hired to do a private clinic, and they sent the jet for us. And those are words that I never thought would come out of my mouth.
Look, Martha, the limo's here. Yeah, man, they send a jet. Wow. I can't even talk to you anymore. Well, man, I thought I was special because the reason I bring this up is I happen to belong to an exclusive club when it comes to flying. I have the TSA pre-check, although the reason I wanted to bring this up is because I'm thinking now, because of everybody and his brother has got TSA pre-check, I'm wondering now if the lines aren't longer for TSA. I want to go back to the common folk line because that's shorter.
Yeah, that's one of those deals is everything gets too popular and then it kind of ruins it for everybody, doesn't it?
You're telling me. So we were rooting for the Bills Sunday.
Oh, you bet. And I don't know that my aging heart can take too many more games like that, Jake.
I mean, my big problem with Buffalo, I mean, I love that. I'll live and die with the Bills. I'm, of course, a Bills fan. I'll never be off that bandwagon. But I have issues with the way they play in the postseason, and it hurt them last year against the Chiefs, where they just don't keep the pedal to the metal. They get a little conservative with their play calling, and they back up. I think they could have put a whooping on the Ravens. They just kept at them, but there were times where I think they didn't have the kill instinct. But yeah, that was nerve-wracking.
Yeah, going into halftime, I was feeling awfully good. And then the first two drives of that third quarter, and I was watching it with Owen, my son. And after that second drive, he says, if I see another screen pass, I'm going to freak out.
Man, they love that quick screen to Shakir, that wide receiver. Well, guess what? They do it 5-6 times a game, and the Ravens have seen it. We've all seen it on film. Yeah, and you could just, we know.
And we rely sometimes too heavily on that Josh Allen is just going to do Josh Allen stuff.
Yeah, I mean, a lot is put on him, although I don't think they really leaned on him heavily in the Raven game. He didn't have to put on the cape, really. But I don't know. I was impressed that the Ravens did not expose our janky defense. The defense is okay, but it's not great. Our safeties are not great. Our linebackers are undersized, except for Milano. Yeah, I was nervous that the Ravens would just ram it down our throat, but the defense really came up. Big game.
You know what? They did, and I heard somebody say yesterday on a sports talk show that it was a bend but don't break defense. I would describe it more as a bend but hope for a miracle in the red zone defense.
Yeah, and hope for a turnover. And that's not – the Buffalo's not the first team – to invent that kind of Tampa 2 play, deep safeties, keep things in front of you, and just challenge the opponent to, if you're going to score, it'll take you 12 plays in 8 minutes. And we think during those 12, 14 plays, you'll do something bad. We're betting that you can't execute 14 positive plays without dropping the ball or throwing it to the wrong guy. And usually Buffalo wins that bet for the most part.
Yeah, but I'll also say this: as Buffalo fans, we're complaining here after we won.
Yeah,
think of the Baltimore fans. They did anything they wanted to running the ball in the third quarter, and in the fourth quarter they decided, nah, we don't need to run the ball.
Yep, similar to Detroit. They got shocked by Washington. Detroit has the two best running backs in the NFL practically, and they went all Goff in the second half. I mean, mostly because they were behind. But, yeah, it's easy for us to tell these NFL guys how to do things.
Oh, absolutely, 100%. Being an armchair quarterback is better than being the backup quarterback.
Yeah. All right, what else is on your radar before we bounce to our commercial? We have to do commercials now, Kevin. We're starting to get into the big time where we're making money off of you.
Well, yeah, that would be horrible, making some money, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is the one thing, and I'd read a few articles about it, and I'd heard you talk to people. I wanted to put my input on who should be on the new Wyoming Mount Rushmore.
Right. We were doing that, and we haven't talked to you about it. Yeah, Representative Steve Harshman wants to pass legislation that would create a Mount Rushmore, a version of Mount Rushmore for Wyoming, which got everybody thinking, well, where should it be and who should be on it? Give me your 2 cents.
Well, I think quite obviously Nellie Taylor Ross. That's a given.
Yeah.
I think Chief Washakie would be a good person to put on that.
Yeah.
I think either William Sublette or Jim Bridger would be great. And for the fourth, I think that great venerated actor Larry Wilcox, who is most famous for playing John on Chips, because he grew up in Rawlins.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I think he needs to get his due as a native son of Wyoming.
I was with you 3 out of the 4. I was right with you till the last quarter when, Yeah, there's Matthew Fox from Crowheart, who was on Lost, and I don't know what else. But
Party of Five. He was on Party of Five.
Okay. I don't know that holds up over time. We're talking about potentially carving your likeness in a mountain. I mean, stuff that's going to last, generational stuff. Does an actor really hold up? Now, the Nellie Taylor Ross, a nod to Wyoming's equality state. Awesome. Native American, never, tribes never getting their right due. They've been so oppressed and put upon. Washakie was one of the great leaders. Fantastic. The pioneer spirit. I mean, thanks to Bridger and Sublette, we found a whole bunch of stuff in Wyoming. Until then, we were walking around in the dark, bumping into things. And these guys were like, well, here's the river, here's that mountain, and here's how you get from here to there. Great choices. Until maybe Larry Wilcox. I don't know. You have to pull me over the finish line on that one.
Well, you know what? We each get to have our own opinions, and I can already hear people, the younger generation, scrolling on their phones trying to figure out who Wile E. Coyote and what the show Chips is.
Yeah. We've lost a lot of listeners thanks to Kevin's reference to OG stuff. And who's
I got to get all of this stuff out of my system before we go live on the radio, and I have to be prepared and, an actual commenter.
Oh, yeah. Dude, you and me both. We both have to sharpen our skills when we're on the radio every day, and people have expectations when they tune us in driving around that we can't be goofballs like we are now. We have got to bring our A game. So let's both sharpen things. That's my assignment for you and myself. Let's pick it up.
Well, maybe as I'm riding around today, I'll practice my radio voice. It's 10 behind the hour, and when I'll go to traffic, there isn't much.
And the traffic report, none. Yeah. Let's both get better. Let's make that our New Year's pledge late. That we're going to get better at this whole broadcasting thing, because pretty soon we're going to hit the big time known as radio.
You bet.
All right. Thanks, Kevin.
Hey, thank you, Pard. You stay warm.
Yeah, you too. Kevin Meyer, Douglas, Wyoming, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world. Yeah, everybody stay warm. And let's take a super quick break here. I'll be right back with one more story before we hit the top of the hour. Or maybe we'll rodeo. Yeah, let's do that after this break. We'll be right back.
There's a lot of need in the world. And if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, another chat with the great Keith Isley, Coors Man in the Can, National Finals Rodeo Barrelman, Clown of the Year, Specialty Act of the Year. We had one final chat about a reflection on his success. That discussion coming up when we return on the Rodeo Roadshow.
Maternal function, optimized growth, and customer service. That's what you get at Ellingson Angus. Hi, I'm Chad Ellingson, and I invite you to our production sale February 1st. 1,200 top quality Angus will sell. Choose from 370 powerful bulls and more than 800 registered and commercial females. We offer free bull keep and delivery, marketing help, large sire groups and volume discount. That's the Ellingson Angus sale February 1st at the ranch near St. Anthony.
The American Lamb Board wants 2025 to be the best year yet for education. Lamb Checkoff funded programs include workshops and summits aimed at equipping sheep producers with the necessary tools and resources to profitably grow their operations. Like the American Lamb Summit, July 22nd through 25th, University of Idaho in Moscow. Event highlights include defining lamb quality and hitting carcass targets and increasing production efficiency. Learn more and register at lambboard.com.
We've worked hundreds of performances together, and I've loved every minute of it. And, man, I sure appreciate you taking some time to chat with me.
You know, I've been very successful in this business, and I did not do it all by myself. I thank God every day He's given me the ability and the talent to do this. My wife for putting up with what I've done, been gone. But the people that I work with, you're only as good as the people you work with. The announcers, the stock contractors, sound guys, some of these committees. I mean, I did not do this by myself. It's them that's helped me get to where I'm at, and I do appreciate everybody that's been a part of it. And I couldn't think of nobody better to end my career with behind the microphone than Will Wright.
Keith Isley, one of the greatest of all time, the most decorated rodeo entertainer in the history of professional rodeo, and a first ballot Hall of Famer from his home in Goldston, North Carolina. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Howdy. Just a few minutes for the top of the hour. Probably not enough time to dig into these stories I have queued up from Claire McFarland. We're going to have to do that next hour. I run myself out of time. I don't know how it happens. Roger has a lightning bolt from the sky. Great idea. We've been talking for days now about what could potentially be on a Wyoming version of Mount Rushmore. Who would we cherish? Who would we immortalize, carve out into stone in a mountain? And we've heard a lot of great ideas. Nellie Taylor Ross, Grizzly 399, Chief Washakie, Jim Bridger, maybe some important people to the state. And nobody yet has mentioned what Rogers said. He's going to go with Steamboat for the win. Steamboat being the name of that rodeo horse, the bucking horse emblem that's so iconic and so symbolic of Wyoming. What says Wyoming more than that? The bucking horse. Steamboat, the bucking horse, and the horse that can never be rode. I know there's some people that want to dig deep into whether that's really Steamboat or who the horse, but you get it. It's the bucking horse should be on Wyoming's Mount Rushmore. And maybe that's it, because that is Wyoming. I mean, we still put it on the license plate. It is the license, trademark, emblem, logo of the University of Wyoming. It is Wyoming. It says Wyoming like nothing else. When you see that, that's all it takes. Picture's worth 1,000 words. You see that and you think Wyoming. That's Wyoming. Not Texas. Not Montana. You see the bucking horse and you know it's Wyoming. That should go up. That should be our boom. Done. Slam dunk. Genius, Roger. I like it. Great idea. Steamboat for the win. And now we just have to find a mountain, which is not hard in Wyoming. In fact, the decision will be which one. It's not like we're going to have to hire Jim Bridger out of the grave and say, find us a mountain in this state. No, they're all over. We got them everywhere. We just got to pick one, carve Steamboat in it, and we're done. Of course, it's going to cost some money, so Representative Steve Harshman get working on the fundraising arm of this whole project, this idea to bring a Mount Rushmore to Wyoming. Good idea. We just got to get it into execution. It's time now for top of the hour news on the Cowboy State Daily.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Tuesday, January 21st. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. One of the most popular political topics in Wyoming is private property rights and how far or not they should extend. On Monday, that topic took center stage in the Wyoming House over a discussion on a bill that would require the sale of all private property to the federal government in Wyoming be matched with a corresponding decrease in federal land. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that House Bill 118 would mark a significant change for those wanting to sell their land for recreation or other purposes to the federal government, and would likely limit most of these transactions moving forward.
There was a lot of back and forth discussion about this in the House on Monday. Very interesting. It was basically came down to what should get a bigger priority, restricting the federal government's growth or private property rights. At the end of the day, the Wyoming House chose restricting the federal government as its preference. They were really kind of trumpeting the horn of state sovereignty.
The bill's sponsor, Representative Dalton Banks of Cowley, said just because federal land transfers have been accepted throughout Wyoming's statehood doesn't make it right. He also said his bill protects property owners from federal overreach and sweeping government mandates. All three of Wyoming's members of Congress joined a body jam of people in the U.S. Capitol's rotunda as Donald Trump took the oath of office to become the 47th President of the United States. Sean Berry, reporting for Cowboy State Daily, says the 11th hour change to the swearing-in ceremony, moving it from outside on account of cold weather, created uncertainty as to whether all lawmakers who wished to attend could actually fit in the circular indoor space beneath the Capitol dome.
Because there was a finite amount of space in the Capitol Rotunda, it was never clear whether all lawmakers who wished to attend would be able to attend, especially given the number of non-lawmakers, such as tech CEOs and cabinet picks and former presidents and first ladies. There was never any question that Senator John Barrasso, as the Senate Majority Whip, the second-ranking member in the Republican Party in the Senate, whether he would be able to attend. Certainly he would.
Barrasso could be seen in the live video feed of the ceremony. A spokeswoman for Senator Cynthia Lummis, along with a spokesman for Representative Harriet Hageman, confirmed to Cowboy State Daily that they were there as well. A trial jury could not come to a unanimous decision Monday on whether a Lander man killed a house guest with a metal bar or whether he did so but was too mentally ill to rationalize what he was doing. Fremont County District Court Judge Jason Condor dismissed the hung jury at noon Monday after 2 days of deliberation in the case of Michael Vigil. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the jury dismissal brought a sense of uncertainty to the proceedings.
I didn't get interviews with the attorneys or the judge, but I had this distinct feeling like they hadn't really been in this position before. They were like, does the state refile charges? Does the state prosecute again on the original charges? I mean, at the end of the day, they decided, okay, this just takes us back in time as if we didn't have a trial. And now we have to decide if we're going to have another trial or strike a plea agreement.
In a hearing later Monday afternoon, Vigil's attorney asked Condor to acquit Vigil based on the argument that no reasonable jury could convict him with the state's set of evidence. Condor denied that motion and scheduled the case for a new trial May 19th. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
The last few days have been extraordinarily cold. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Old Faithful set the bar at a bone-chilling minus 40 on Monday. But as cold as these temperatures were, they weren't record-setting.
The coldest temperature ever recorded in Wyoming was also in Yellowstone National Park, and it was minus 66.
With the blast of Arctic cold that's plunged Wyoming into a double-digit deep freeze, most people stay indoors as much as possible. But Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy spoke to several ranching families who told her it's never too cold for feeding the animals and doing the outdoor chores.
They have to chop ice and make sure that they have their water. They have to make sure that they have their feed and that they're in a good area where they won't perish from this extreme cold that's coming through.
And despite the cold, the ranchers say they wouldn't have their lives any other way. That's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the Daily Newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Back in studio, final hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Claire McFarland's story. Jury hung in murder trial of Lander man accused of killing his house guest. We've been following this story. If you've been following it with us, you should be up to date on it. But here's the latest. Michael Vigil, I mean, it's spelled Vigil, but I hear Wendy pronouncing it differently. Vigil, I believe she pronounces it, 39-year-old. Jury just could not come to a unanimous decision on Monday. Fremont County District Court Judge Jason Conder dismissed the hung jury at noon yesterday after they deliberated from mid-morning until nearly 9 at night. They just could not get there. Judge didn't see anything wrong with the jury and his analyzation of the jury. He said the jury has not been lazy or negligent. They've been attentive, punctual. They've debated, deliberated well into the evening, even as a blizzard worsened outside on Friday. And he just didn't want them to keep at it. He said, that's it. He made the call. He said they're not going to come to a decision. Two female jurors spoke to the Cowboy State Daily outside the courthouse without giving their name and spoke with Claire McFarland. I think that was it was 2 men, 10 women on the jury. And 2 of the women did speak after and say things like they just felt the state's case wasn't strong enough. Both women said that. Both women gave some insight as to what went on in the jury room, saying all of the jurors were very respectful. We were all very respectful. We just don't think enough was presented for us to say beyond a reasonable doubt. We couldn't get there. The other juror added there was a good amount of us that couldn't decide because we needed more. So the state didn't make its case. The state, represented by prosecuting attorney, who says he may bring it back again. He may try again. Fremont County Assistant Attorney Ember Oakley told the judge that she does intend to keep prosecuting Veal. Wyoming law says a hung jury does not prejudice the state's case. It could come back, we believe, although Claire McFarland, you heard her express the fact that the folks she talked to, the judge and all those involved, the lawyers, they weren't sure exactly where this goes next and what kind of precedent means where this should go next. Vigil was charged last spring in the death of Warren Jorgensen, 57-year-old. Here's how it went down. Vigil had a job at Loaf and Jug. And on April 13th, this is in Lander, I believe. Is this, it's Fremont County. I think it's I think it's in Lander at the Loaf and Jug. Vigil's working there. Jorgensen comes in and maybe gives some sob story about how he doesn't have money for beer. Vigil reportedly bought the man some alcohol April 13th and invited the man back to his home. And according to statements, things got weird. Vigil said Jorgensen got weird. Vigil, by the way, suffers from some bipolar, schizophrenic past. He's got mental illness, so say his lawyers. He's got a victim of childhood sexual abuse that he's plagued by. So when he says Jorgensen was making advances on him, they were in bed together, things got weird, as Vigil says. And Vigil reacted by grabbing a handy piece of rebar nearby and went to work on Jorgensen's head. At least 4 life-threatening injuries to the skull were reported in the medical report. And prosecuting attorney Oakley said, quote, to swing a bar on a man that is face down so many times you splatter blood from one end of the room to another, so hard you leave his skull open to his brain, shows malice. It shows something. It shows the intent to remove the weird threat, that's for sure. Claire McFarland's story about the hung jury in the murder case of the Lander man accused of killing his house guest with a piece of handy rebar. That's on the story of the Cowboy State Daily. Let's get Renee Jean into the room, talk about her story, something hopefully that does not involve a bloody murder or rebar or anything like that. Renee, what's happening with you on this cold Tuesday? Staying warm?
Shivering cold.
Shivering cold.
I need to turn my little space heater on. I've just been too lazy to get up and do it.
I got the space heater rocking. I think there's something. You're a scientist and you're a business reporter. Maybe you can tell. I think there's something with. I have electric baseboard heating, and it doesn't seem to be as hot as it's been in winters past. Do I have to do maintenance or something? It's not as hot as it used to be.
Well, if it's not as hot as it used to be, I'd have a service person look at it. Certainly asking me is like asking Facebook. You'll just get whatever.
I know, but that's how I self-diagnose. I just look up WebMD to see what's wrong with me. So if I feel my heat's not working, I'm going to the experts, and that's Renee Jean. Sorry.
Yeah.
You're on the hook for that. Yeah.
I'm not an expert in electrical devices by any means.
All right. Well, your story that kind of dovetails with Leo's story about Secretary of State Chuck Gray. Secretary of State Chuck Gray went before a committee to try to get some more money. He did the same thing last year, Joint Appropriations Committee. His office, they have to do a lot of stuff. And he needs 3 more employees. He needs more computers. He was eventually denied because they split the vote on that. But one of the things that Secretary of State Chuck Gray has to do is make sure LLCs are legit, because there is a certain amount of protection, anonymity afforded in LLCs in Wyoming. So much so that we've attracted now the bulk of the LLC business. And took that away from Delaware, right? Like, we're the #1 state for that. But it does open the door. Those protections for your identity open the door for bad actors. And we discovered 3 at least from North Korea. Good story, Renee.
Oh, thanks for that. Well, so the little tidbit that came up during the testimony that I thought was really interesting is that these companies were here raising money for weapons of mass destruction. I mean, You can't make this stuff up.
I
It's
mean,
like
was
this.
that like really? I mean, there was a legitimate tie there. We didn't just say, "Oh, these three corporations and they have cute names," nothing that would identify them as the evil empire. They were actually actively raising money for weapons of mass destruction.
That's what they said during the hearings yesterday. Apparently, that comes from the FBI. These companies were laundering money, stealing identities, and they had cash goals and amounts of money that they were supposed to raise, and the destination was development of weapons of mass destruction. Like, you feel like you're what's that Austin Powers type of movie,
Yeah, yeah. Or
in the
I was.
brain type of stuff.
I mean, I'm going to Jack Reacher or Mission Impossible. But yeah, it's like Hollywood stuff. Like you're undercovering a global. Yeah. And that's, a big reason why, Chuck Gray says, I need people in my office to, well, if we found 3, who knows how many more there might be.
Yeah.
Scary.
The whole thing with the cowboy cocktail is you put a LLC in front of a trust. It's like a double layered wall of secrecy. It's pretty hard to penetrate. We don't know who those beneficial owners are. So how do we know, what's hiding behind that LLC and that trust? I think that's a pretty big question, and they're asking some questions about that right now. And the Agriculture Committee is looking at a bill to prohibit foreign ownership of land.
Right.
And there are folks on that committee already asking those questions of, well, how are we going to know if we don't know who the beneficial owners are because of the way our LLC laws are set up? So I think there's some questions, legitimate questions going on about that. And I think also the other interesting thing about this bill, Jake, uh, it was a technicality that allowed the Secretary of State to shut this down. The companies had put false information on their applications. And that is the only reason Gray was able to shut them down. If they had been truthful in their applications, uh, Gray wouldn't have been able to take immediate action like that. So, the very interesting bill, House Bill 69, seeks to change that and add to the reasons Secretary of State can shut a business down, uh, that they are owned by a foreign adversary and have not been approved by CFIUS, which is the Committee on Foreign Investment. So, pretty interesting stuff going on.
And didn't you say in the story that Chuck Gray said he had to utilize a almost virtually unknown old state statute or something in order to nail these North Koreans?
Apparently, this had been a statute that's on the books, but hadn't really been used past. And so he kind of dusted that off and actually used it. So far, he shut down 60 businesses for false information on their applications. But, Wyoming has usurped. I use that word sort of tongue in cheek.
Taken the title.
They have surpassed Delaware as the top destination for businesses registering an LLC in America per capita. So, it's become very popular here. We have that LLC. We offer a lot more privacy. There are some pluses to that. It's bringing us businesses incorporating here. But the downside, I guess, is some companies like this that are hiding, essentially. So I don't know exactly what the legislature will do about that. There have been efforts in the past to kind of lift that veil of secrecy a little bit, and those efforts have so far failed. So we'll see what happens this time around.
And those efforts would run contrary to what Secretary of State Chuck Gray has been adamant about, and that's having these privacy protections. He thinks it's super important, but at what cost? Because you've got bad actors that can exploit that that veil. This issue's too deep, too important to not talk to Chuck Gray about. And Chuck does want to come on the show. I got to have him on there because this issue, it's huge, it's big, and there's a lot to it. I'm glad you mentioned just one aspect. It's got us all thinking. North Koreans plotting world takeover or weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, that's crazy in Wyoming. And yeah, and I could see reason why the Secretary of State office, in order to run compliance, has to have some employees to look at. It's got to be a mound of paperwork.
Yeah, it's a lot more work to do, for sure.
Well, makes you want to just hit the bar and have a shot of absinthe and forget about it all. I promised when I read this story that I was going to ask you if you've ever tried absinthe, this mysterious liquor that was banned for over 100 years. Because it was considered, one sip of it would drive you mad and make you murderous. Great story about a couple of unique bars that are actually serving absinthe the correct way. And you don't just pour it out and knock back a shot. You got to be careful with it. But yeah, have you tried it?
I did at Le Rev in Sheridan.
Ooh.
I've read about absinthe in various old stories will mention it. And so, it's kind of got this mystique, that it's been illegal. When I ordered a glass of it, the person next to me is like, that causes hallucinations, right? I'm like, what? No. So I start Googling and researching. I'm like, no, that was a myth set up by, the French wine industry was jealous. They had a bad harvest, and so people needed an alternative. They were drinking absinthe instead. Well, the grapes came back, but the customers didn't. And so the French wine industry kind of co-opted the temperance movement and started, peddling all of this. Absinthe is terrible. It's a poison. It'll make you mad. It causes hallucinations. But that campaign really gained some steam when a Swiss family man shot his entire family after a drinking binge. He started that binge with a shot of absinthe at home and just continued drinking throughout the day. Then he returned home and had some more drinks. I would bet that he probably had some more absinthe at home, although I don't think the historical record really says one way or the other. But and then there was an argument between him and his wife over all the drinking, and he shot her. Then he went and his child was screaming and crying, and he shot her too. And then shot the baby and himself, but he survived to be prosecuted. So that right after that happened, the entire world, just about, with the exception of Czechoslovakia, made absinthe illegal. And instead of the green fairy, it was the green demon, the devil in a bottle kind of thing. It's been illegal for 95 years, almost a century in America. More recent times, they've done more studies on the active ingredient that's blamed for the hallucinations is called thujone. And what they found is even at the European levels, which are higher than American, you drinking a glass or two or even a bottle of absinthe is not going to cause hallucinations. You die of alcohol poisoning first.
Yeah. You looked into the science of it. You'd have to fall down, comatose drunk before that thing ever caused hallucinations.
Right.
Yeah.
There's not enough thujone in that to cause a psychoactive event. It's more likely just the alcohol. I mean, alcohol can cause that kind of stuff too. And then, back in those days, distillers were not as scrupulous about what they put in their drinks. And we didn't know as much as we do now about the addition of things like copper sulfate and arsenic and lead and different things that they would put in these drinks. So, some of those things could have contributed as well to some of these mental delusion type of things, but a
Mm.
very a liquor with a fascinating history. I think the history is more interesting really than the reality of the drink, but it is great in cocktails. It does add, I don't know what, kind of a je ne sais quoi, as the French would say,
Which,
to a
yeah.
cocktail. It's all the botanicals
Je ne
that it
sais
has.
quoi, which is French for drink a little of this and then take up your machete and go nuts. No, but
I don't know what.
it's interesting that it was kind of known as a muse for poets, painters, artists. Whether it's the Hemingways, Oscar Wilde, Picasso. So you've got that there. That built a little bit of mystique about it. Then you get a wine industry that's kind of peeved because they have a bad year. And the perfect storm, here's this Jean Lamfrey who goes nuts in Switzerland and shoots his family up after a drinking binge, which it's probably the blood alcohol content was the motivating factor there, not necessarily the absinthe. But that got the whole ball rolling. Switzerland bans absinthe in 1908. America follows suit in 1912. And for nearly a century, we don't think back twice about it. And now absinthe is back with a vengeance. Or just back.
Just back, I would say.
Okay.
This is an uncommon liquor to find. It's definitely a niche product.
Yeah.
I talked with Backwards Distilling in Casper, and I'm told people don't really ask for this absinthe service twice. I can understand that. It's definitely kind of a niche drink. I think it's better in cocktails, really, like a Negroni, it really shines. That Death in the Afternoon, I haven't had that, but it sounds like it would be good. It's champagne and absinthe, basically. That's Hemingway's drink.
Hey, if it was good enough for Papa, it's good enough for us, right? Yeah, Hemingway. That's a man's man right there. I had the same day I had a piece on unique property for sale in Jackson. One you would expect, a starter castle up there on the Butte and within spitting distance of the Amangani, that Petit Aman. I mean, that just falls right hand in hand with Jackson Hole, multi-million-dollar listing and everything, every pampered, luxurious you would expect. You had the same day, you had a unique one-of-a-kind property for sale, not in the $1 million range, but a very cool backstory to this 5-bedroom house in the abandoned company mine town of Sunrise, Wyoming. Great story, Renee.
Thanks. Well, so, it's almost a mansion. It's not quite a mansion. The definition of a mansion is 5,000 plus square feet.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I think it's 5 bedrooms. I looked it up one time, and be a mansion, it needs to be at least it needs to be more than 5,000 square feet. And then have, like 4 to 5 bedrooms and bathrooms. That's a mansion, right? Well, so this is 3,000 square feet with 5 bedrooms, but I'm going to say it's close enough because back in the day, things were a little bit smaller. So it was probably historically would have been looked at as a mansion. Then it comes with, though, something really cool is a piece of Wyoming history. The Guernsey cabin is on this property. So the guy who named the Wyoming town of Guernsey, the cabin that he set up under Register Cliff, that cabin was moved to this property. And it's fitting because he also helped develop the mining town there of Sunrise. And so I think it's kind of fitting that that's part of this property.
Yeah, an interesting guy, Charles Guernsey, a New Jersey guy, came out on that property originally was just a stopping place before you called it Guernsey, right? It was known as Immigrants Wash Tub in 1840. It was just a stop on the Oregon Trail where you kind of washed the dust off.
Before it had an actual name, that's what it was known as. People would stop there and wash their clothes, water their stock, take their baths. Stop. There were lots of little shops. It was kind of like all these little convenience stores for pioneers, basically, where they could restock, anything they were missing, of course, at exorbitant prices. And it was kind of like one of the last. You needed to be there by a certain time, and it was kind of one of the last stopping points. And people would sign their name on the cliffs there, register cliffs, it's called. And I'm guessing that was so that, you know, if there were people coming behind them, they would be able to see, oh, he made it this far.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah, my uncle's still, following the dream. He's still there, so I'll continue as well. Yeah. Interesting.
Right. So Guernsey built his cabin at the foot of Register Cliff, and I guess eventually it was purchased by Doug and Chuck Frederick, and they sold the cabin and built a nicer home, and then the cabin was moved to that Sunrise property, which used to be the superintendent's home. The school district superintendent lived in that home.
Yeah, in the old Sunrise days. Very interesting story. All this could be yours. We're flipping through the photos as you were talking of the interior, and it looks like any modern day, really nice house. And then to be able to purchase a little bit of the Guernsey history, that's worth a lot. And this place is being underpriced, in my opinion. It's a steal at $809,000. Not bad.
I mean, it's in near Hartville, so not a very big population there, but it has the Miners and Stockman Steakhouse, which is a great place to eat. And so, you'll be near one of the best steakhouses in the state.
Let's turn our attention now to home insurance. Wyomingites have, and really everybody across the country, but Wyomingites have seen their home insurance rates double, triple. They've been on the increase. We've had our own wildfire problems. That doesn't help. And now there may be a connection to these California wildfires. We're looking at estimated $200 billion in reclamation and in claims. And you point out that, the insurers have to insure themselves for catastrophic events like this. And it all trickles down when you go to get your home insured, your property insured. We're going to look at some pain at the pump, as they say.
Yeah. Well, and I think it's clear. It's important to be clear. States write their insurance regulations to ensure that insurance companies write policies that reflect the cost of doing business in that state. But so it's not a direct, California is going to put a surcharge on everyone else. This is an indirect, it happens indirectly. And part of it is through what you just mentioned it's called reinsurance. So insurance companies have to buy insurance in case of catastrophic events that are going to kind of outstrip their ability to pay out these, like what's happening in California right now. We're looking at 100 billion or so in losses, and that's going to outstrip their ability to pay pretty quickly. So they're going to turn to their insurance to make those payments. And that in turn is going to mean the next time they go to get insured, they're going to face a higher rate. It's going to cost them more because they've used it. We all know that about insurance. If you use it, it costs more.
Yeah. I mean,
Right?
just ask any father of a teenage daughter who, put a dent in the car. As soon as you file a claim, up go your rates. And it doesn't take a Harvard study to tell you, although a Harvard study did tell you that when huge natural catastrophic events happen, guess what? Annual premium increases seem to follow almost every time.
Right. That Harvard study looked at what is the general trend. And after these large natural catastrophes, the general trend is rates rise across the country, but more so in states that have looser regulation.
Mm.
The states where it's allowed, things follow the path of least resistance, right? So if your regulations are looser, that's the path of least resistance. And then I guess a third thing that happens is insurance companies, having suffered such a big loss, they've got to go through their portfolios and make sure that they have priced the risk correctly in all of their other markets. And so, that is going to result in some rate adjusting as well as they decide this place is a little more risky. We can't afford this place unless we raise the premiums.
Similar to health insurance, property insurance, I don't know how this is sustainable. It looks like it's already spinning out of control, but it's going to be tough for a lot of Wyoming property owners. They're already feeling the crunch. And incidents like the LA fires do have implications as far away as Wyoming. Yeah. I think that's all I wanted to get to. How you doing, Renee? Good?
Doing good. Lots of stuff to work on today.
Yeah. All right. We'll let you get to it because we know Greg and Jimmy can be very demanding. And keeping us on that smart, very politically savvy there. Thanks, Renee. Have a great day.
See you later.
Renee Jean joining the conversation on the Cowboy State Daily Show. She got a couple of interesting stories, informative stories that you got to check out online at the cowboystatedaily.com. 36 past the hour. Let's check in with a weather forecast from Don Day.
Well, the weather across the Cowboy State today will be a day of transition. The Arctic air is going to move out in some parts of the state, especially the central and the east. The state should statewide be warmer, but the problem we've got today is the wind. We did see wind start to pick up late in the day yesterday. That started to cause blowing snow along I-25 and I-80, and that's a problem. We're going to have very strong winds causing blowing snow along Interstate 80, especially Rollins to the Nebraska border, I-25 between Casper and Cheyenne. That will help make it warmer, but the winds will be strong and gusty, and that will cause hazardous travel with blowing snow. Now, while temperatures are going to be on the way up today and on the way up Wednesday, they really won't get all that warm, and then temperatures will actually back off a bit Thursday and Friday with another front. This front will bring a little bit of snow shower activity to the north, central, and east late tomorrow and into early Thursday. And then another front may bring a chance of snow to parts of Wyoming Friday and Saturday. So more winter weather on tap as we go through the days ahead.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking, now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Back in studio, Tuesday version of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Here's a couple more stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Following the legislature that's going on right now, you know. Folks, you elected your lawmakers are down there in Cheyenne right now for a 37-day circus known as the 68th legislature. Wyoming House sent What Is a Woman Act to the state Senate as they quickly read through this act 3 times, and it's on to the Senate. What is a woman? The bill would define a person's gender by biology not gender identity. In other words, not what you feel like, but what you were born as scientifically, biologically. The bill passed the third reading in the House, is now headed to the Senate. The House, by the way, is probably considered a little more right if we're looking at, the chances of this bill going the distance. The House is the chamber that has an estimated, I think it's 36, 37 Freedom Caucus. Freedom Caucus. Yeah, I hesitate to call them a party. We should talk to Leo and get their official term. I don't know that they're a recognized party. Maybe they are. I just see them as an offshoot of Republicans that are just stand a little further right. And there's many Republicans that often throw in with Freedom Caucus platforms and thinking. But the House has the real hardliner right leaning. The Senate, less so, but we're still talking about Wyoming, where, we're all to the right. So it's not a surprise the House would shuffle this along pretty quickly. 3 readings already now on Tuesday. I mean, we've been in session for a week. And it's up to the Senate now. Be interested to see what goes on now with the Senate. The bill, I think a couple of amendments were tried and didn't get anywhere. So there it is. 3 readings and on to the Senate. The definition of what is a woman act. It would go a little farther than identifying just what is a woman. It would obviously identify what is a man. It would define what is a man. It would also define a mom, a dad. So, it's a little far-reaching in what it would define. I mean, it would define boy, girl, mother, father, man, woman. Sex-based terms would be defined by what some say a logical, rational thinking and not fairy tale, not a fairy tale world where we just sort of, depending on how we feel that day. It seems common sense, but with the acknowledgement that it does open up some interesting discussion about legalities of how it would be enforced, what it would mean, especially if you got into judicial matters. But yes, on the surface, it's one of those laws, one of those acts, one of those bills that we're seeing more and more of, not only in Wyoming, but in this conservative pushback, in this pendulum swing that is Trump 2. We're seeing more of this in states throughout the country, and definitely in Wyoming, where we want to take back our country, take back the state, take back all these things from the touchy-feely DEI, LGBTQ, woke madness, and restore sensibility. Sense and sensibility. That's what's happening now in Cheyenne of the legislative session. Also, another bill that's getting some interest, story from Claire McFarland, a Wyoming legislative bill that would allow people to sue publicly funded businesses or agencies that tell them they must mask up or require them to be tested for or vaccinated for COVID-19. That bill sailed through a committee hearing on Monday. House Bill 96 would basically make it illegal or make a mandate. The Wyoming bill would not let people tell you need to wear a mask. And that was everywhere
3 years ago, 4 years. When was it? Let's see. We're at 2025 now. In some ways, COVID seems like yesterday. In other ways, it seems like a distant nightmare that we all live through. But at the height of it, when we were scared and certain federal government entities did their best to make us scared, I think, my opinion, we were mandated a lot of things. Not that there's anything wrong with wearing a mask. If you do you, if you feel better with a mask, and quite honestly, when you are sitting on an airplane next to somebody who's like, you can see like, whoa, dude, you should have a mask on to prevent all those particulates, all that particulate matter from flying out of your nose and mouth. Cover up. A mask would be a good idea there. But again, it's this notion that you were told you must wear a mask to be in this store. If you want to shop in this store, you put on a mask or get out. How heavy-handed do we want to be with that whole mask thing? Well, Wyoming legislative bill would allow people to sue if they were denied service in a store, for instance, and told to mask up. Sue for $5,000 a shot, by the way. Hey, we could get rich on this. In far left liberal Jackson, I could make bank suing places that told me I had to, almost, if this bill passed, I would almost, not quite, if the bill passed, I would almost wish for a resurgence of COVID, like COVID-25 instead of COVID-19. I don't wish anybody to get sick. I don't wish any ill will. I just want it so I can be financially taken care of, because I could sue, living in Jackson, I could sue to no end. $5,000 there's another $5,000 there. These guys won't let me in there, so I can't go get an ice cream cone unless I mask up. Well, you can't do that, $5,000. I could be rich in this town that ran itself silly with just made up things that were going to keep us from dying in COVID. Yeah, sounds like a good idea. And especially the mandated vaccine. And that got freaky. That got scary. Do you not think? And that I'm asking you people that maybe you got the vaccine and maybe you believe the vaccine, like a flu shot, can prevent COVID from getting to you. That could be. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I just know how I do my body. And I'm going to be, even though I say this knowing full well that I eat Twinkies and Ho-Hos like they're going out of style, I in many ways, I'm not worried about what I do to this body. You watch what I eat. Doritos, my dinner on any given day could be Doritos and a Tootsie Roll. So obviously, I don't safeguard my temple very well. But when the government tells me I got to get a needle stuck in me or COVID will kill me or I can't have my job, when my job or the federal government or the Air Force or Army or the military tells me you must have this shot, if you're a nurse or a doctor and you want to work at this house, you must be indoctrinated. Not indoctrinated. You must be inoculated. That's the word I was looking for. Or is it? You must be indoctrinated with this COVID and then the subsequent booster 6 months later and then another booster 6 months after that and then another booster because we find out it's not really working. You're getting the shot, but you're still getting sick. When I'm told it's a mandate, you must or you will be fired. When I hear Joe Biden say, I wish I could find that audio reel where Joe Biden says, get the shot. And it was so weird how he said it. He was like a zombie. He was doing a PSA for Big Pharma, essentially. He was doing a PSA on behalf of the FDA and everybody else who got rich on this vaccine. He was doing a PSA and
he said, and I know it was supposed to be encouraged. I know the intent was to encourage the Americans to do their duty and save your fellow man and get the shot. But it didn't come out like that. It came out really freaky. It came out, he said, get the shot. It was. I heard that. I'm like, even if I was sticking my toe in the water about the shot, even if I was sort of thinking about that, would have done it. That was like, well, forget it. Nope. Get the shot. Yeah, so Wyoming wants to pass a bill that would make it illegal to make somebody get a shot or wear a mask. You can't tell me what to do. Basic rights. And I know the other side would be, well, you can't just do anything you want. If you cause a riot in the movie theater because you yelled fire, you could get in trouble. You can't do anything you want. Well, I can do anything I want if it doesn't hurt your well-being. I don't have to get the shot, and I don't have to wear a mask if it doesn't hurt you. That bill, I'll be interested to see where that goes. House Bill 96. Claire McFarland with the story in the Cowboy State Daily. 10 in front of the hour. Quick break. We'll come back to wrap things up on this show right after this. Thanks for spending your Tuesday with us. We sure appreciate it.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Good reminder, buzz driving is drunk driving, and driving after a couple of shots of absinthe is pure madness. Great story from Renee Jean about the very misunderstood, mysterious alcohol, spirit, absinthe. I was interested to learn about it. I didn't know anything about absinthe. But it has quite a backstory. Interesting story from Renee Jean. Catch up on that. How about this story from Sean Berry? He's a Washington, D.C. correspondent for Cowboy State Daily. Barrasso, Lummis, Hageman all squeeze in to see Trump take the oath. The inaugural celebration yesterday traditionally is done outdoors. The only time it's moved indoors was Ronnie Reagan, his second term, right? I think, due to weather. And now President Trump, which both incidents share not only weather, it was weather-related reasoning for moving inauguration indoors. Both events involve the oldest presidents ever sworn in the United States. I think. Don't take that as gospel. I'm pretty sure Trump and Reagan are the two oldest presidents to ever take office, and both of them were coddled in their second inauguration by going indoors because they couldn't be bothered to put on a coat. Come on, 24 degrees in the sun. Get outside. Well, that indoor venue meant that a lot of folks watched their tickets evaporate. Some traveled thousands of miles to be there and see live with your own eyes President Trump sworn in, but you couldn't get in. The ticket was a hard one to get. But you know who did get in? According to the story from Sean Barry, weather moved Donald Trump's inauguration indoors at the Capitol. It made it difficult to squeeze in all who wanted to attend. However, rightfully so, Wyoming's delegation was there on hand, all three. Senator Barrasso, Senator Lummis, Representative Hageman squeezed in and watched Trump take the oath. All three got in. And this, by the way, I found from the website of the Wyoming Department of Education. Megan Degenfelder, who is your superintendent of public instruction. Degenfelder said, quote, President Trump's commitment to putting America first includes ensuring our students receive a top-tier education that prepares them to lead. Under President Trump's leadership, we're confident America will continue to embrace bold ideas and strong values. Congratulations, Mr. President. Wyoming stands with you. That quote from Superintendent Megan Degenfelder. What else is I wanted to get to this story that Andrew Rossi. Andrew will join the show tomorrow. We can talk a little bit more about with this and how he came across his story. But Andrew Rossi, just by pure chance, we learned from Greg Johnson earlier this morning, by pure chance, Rossi came across a filmmaker in his town in the Cody area, a filmmaker named Preston Randolph. And the idea was, isn't it cool that a Wyoming filmmaker has a film that's going to be premiered at the Sundance Film Festival? That's a big deal, right? Sundance? January 27th, the film entitled Free Leonard Peltier, a documentary, will be presented at Sundance, and it's a pretty cool film. Before we even know what the film's about, it's just a cool story that a Wyoming filmmaker from Cody, Preston Randolph, has got a film that's going to appear at Sundance. That's a really neat deal. Then we learned, dig a little deeper, we learned this story. The documentary subject is a guy named Leonard Peltier, who was convicted of killing two FBI agents on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota back in 1975. He was incarcerated beginning in 1976, and he's been in prison ever since. Spent nearly 50 years in federal prison. He's 80 years old today. He is the subject of this film. And then we learn a follow-up story, Andrew Rossi, in today's Cowboy State Daily. That's not the end of the story, as Paul Harvey said. The rest of the story is Leonard Peltier, who was last had a chance for clemency under the Obama era and didn't get it. He gets his sentence commuted by President Joe Biden, outgoing President Joe Biden, the 46th. POTUS. Probably it was a long list. In fact, President Biden bragged about how he had commuted more people and pardoned more people than any president in history. I forget the number. It was thousands had their sentence commuted by President Biden, who actually bragged about it. I don't know if I'd get all high and mighty braggy about it. Let's follow up. How many of those people, nonviolent felons, did he let out of prison who will go on to commit another felony? Time will tell. But in the meantime, I don't know if I would lead with, I have freed more people out of prison than any president. Oh, thanks a lot. great to know that the cell doors have been opened, and out comes all these felons. Great. But one of them is Leonard Peltier, the subject of this film, this documentary. We were just talking about it. There was no heads up. I mean, this story just happened to pop the other day. Just happened to come across Andrew Rossi's plate. We'll talk to Andrew tomorrow and learn more about it. But the timing couldn't be more perfect. I mean, this film will debut January 27th, and the film's subject, long-suffering Leonard Peltier, whether he's guilty or not, I don't know. I'm not saying this is about whether he's guilty or not. I just find it interesting that he is the guy behind this whole film, and then he just got his sentence committed. Unbelievable. Crazy coincidence of timing. Find that very interesting. All right, we got to wrap up. It's 10 o'clock, time to bounce. Today, here's what we did on the show. What did we do? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it was minus 40 degrees in some places in Wyoming over the last couple of days, but nowhere near the record low for the state. No matter how cold it gets, Wyoming ranching families don't have time to huddle indoors and watch Netflix all day. The livestock need cared for every day. Jackie Dorothy had that story. Biden's final hour pardons of just about everybody he's ever known rankles Wyoming's delegation. One of those receiving a commuted sentence is the subject of a film premiering at Sundance this weekend. And we talked about that on the show. Hung jury in the case of the rebar basher in Lander. The prosecutor not buying the defendant is mentally ill and vows to try again. In the legislature, What Is a Woman Act heads to the Senate. A bill outlawing the sale of private property to the feds advances, and the Secretary of State's office is again denied a budget boost for additional staffers and a fancy new computer system. And Wyoming wants to make sure its citizens can never, ever be told again they need to mask up or get a COVID shot. These stories and more on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show. We'll see you again tomorrow at 6. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its